All right, in here.
Hey, what's up?
So, so man. Let's see. Sorry, my internet's not doing very well right now. Okay, so what do you want to talk about? I mean, I know last time we talked about younger creationism. Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up? My bad. I
Okay.
was I was on the phone.
Okay. It's okay. So okay. So last time we were talking about younger creationism. So
Yeah, younger creationism is strange. I would say younger creationism is a cult. Like the guy, I don't know if you're watching the other hangout that Antonio Fletcher is hosting, but the guy Darwin's Deity is talking, and he said, you know, the fossil record and the scientific evidence shows that younger creationism is true, which that's not consistent with reality. But welcome to believe that. um, but yeah, I was just watching their hangout. Then what else was I doing? I was doing homework for IT, talking about networking questions I had to answer. If I were hooking up a network for my friend's apartment, how would I do it? So I was sitting there doing that and doing homework. I'm sitting here listening to Darwin's Deity just taking control of the hangout. I mean, every time he comes into a discussion, he just plays it. He is a hangout jihadi. Hello.
okay. I'm sorry
There
about
you go.
my. Okay, the internet. I don't know what happened there, but like you were double talking. Like I don't know. I'll have to exit out of YouTube. I think that was the
You had
issue.
a video?
Sorry.
Oh, you might
Yeah,
have a
I was
video playing.
like, I was like, what the heck? I can hear you. Like, okay, okay, I got that fixed. Okay, so yeah, I mean, when you look at, in fact, younger creationists, I think it started like pretty recent. I mean, I don't know
Well,
any.
younger creationism in its current form started like in the 1800s.
Yeah, exactly. That's. I mean, even the idea that the. I mean, I just want to ask you before I ask you this question. Do you, when it comes to Noah's flood, do you think that the flood was a local flood or is it the whole Earth?
I think it was a local flood.
Yeah.
But when Americans read the Noah account in English, they think that they're talking about a local flood because it talks about this total worldwide. What's the word? I forget. I was not depravity. Total world. I forget the word, but they think the whole world was flooded because it uses the phrase "in the whole world," was flooded with water and blah blah blah. But in their mindset, in the context of the ancient Near Eastern, yeah, it was their entire world because all they would have known about was Mesopotamia.
Yeah.
They didn't know about Australia, North America, South America, Europe. They only knew about the Middle East.
Yeah. So I mean, I think most scholars would agree that Noah's, during Noah's time, the word world, it didn't mean the literal Earth. It meant what they knew during their time frame. So yeah, I mean, I think it was a little. I don't. I mean, it's still debated on where exactly the flood was, but I do believe there was some sort of local flood within um, that region, I guess. Though it can be debated on which flood it was, but so
Yeah, some
um,
people think it was a flood that happened 6,000 years ago. So some people think the universe was made 6,000 years ago, and then some people say, no, 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 there was a flood 6,000 years ago. General, he thinks there was a flood 15,000 years ago, and I think the flood happened between 45,000 to 50,000 years ago. So it's like ages that go about like all across the board. So
well, yeah, with Adam and Eve, I think maybe Adam and Eve were here 200,000 years ago. I mean, I don't know because even some I know some theistic evolutionists I've been talking to, they think that Adam and Eve were here around 500,000 years ago. during the
Ah,
time
that's
of,
way too early. That's way too early.
yeah. I mean, I don't. I mean, I guess that could be debated, but some people think that the first humans were the first like humans with the image of God were Adam and Eve. I guess that would make sense, but it need it's kind of difficult to find the actual you know date of when they first got here. I guess so.
Or if I would say if you want to say Adam and Eve were historical figures, because you could also say, you don't think Adam and Eve existed, it was just poetry.
Yeah.
Um, but if you want to go that route, I would say, so me myself, I put the first humans, the first Homo sapiens, at least, because the other humans before us, they were humans, they just weren't Homo sapiens. So the first Homo sapiens show up around like 200,000 years ago, and we see that like they migrate over to the Middle East around 50,000 years ago. And so that's where I will put Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve would be a part of that population of humans that migrated from Africa to the Middle East. And so that's where I would put Adam and Eve at, near the
Yeah.
Euphrates River, in Iraq. So that's where I would put them at,
Well,
50,000 years ago.
and based on what I know about the image of God, it doesn't mean that humans are somehow biologically different than animals. It's just we, as a species, have dominant. We're the dominant species in the whole Earth, and that we can do agriculture and do science and use reason to the image of God. So I think there's a YouTube video, I can't remember, but talks about the image of God and what most scholars agree on what the image of God actually means. And as we both know, the image of God does not mean what the younger creationist defines it as. So,
Right. It's not a biological thing or anything. It's just that Aristotle said it perfectly. He said man is the rational animal.
yeah,
That's pretty much it. That's the image of God. Um.
but the only
Also,
yeah,
what you say?
well, I mean, the only issue with that, with saying that we're rational, is that well, the devil is rational. Is he made in the image of God? No, the Bible doesn't say that the devil is made in the image of God. So I don't think rational. I think rather it would be we're dominant and such. I mean, that's what I think. I don't. I mean, I guess it
Well,
could
yeah.
be
So like
debated.
a clear, a more concise scholarly approach at it would be, some scholars say that humans are just God's representative on the planet. We're Adam and Eve are basically supposed to turn the rest of the planet into Eden. So Eden was the example that God used of what He wanted the planet to be like. So Adam and Eve and all humans are basically we're God's image bearers in the sense that we're His physical representatives. We are His hands and feet on the earth.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. And
That's
that I guess that brings up another issue. There's been a lot of, especially with NASA finding the planets with life. Now, of course, so far there's no evidence of life outside this planet, but there is, I guess, clues that there is life, and based on um, how many planets and stars there are, it's more likely that there is life out there. I just, I think I mean, I personally have addressed this issue, but I just want to ask you what you think. Would first
my life on
contact, well, yeah, but yeah, would first contact with aliens influence your religious beliefs at all, or would it not
No,
be an issue?
no, it wouldn't phase me because I don't think of the Bible as a science book. The Bible is for your spiritual edification and for building you up religiously, right? But as
Yeah,
far as science, like as far as like other planets or like the shape of the Earth or how old the universe is, I don't go to the Bible for those things because I don't think that's what God's intentions for the book was for. Like the people who are writing the book, they weren't astrophysicists, they weren't biologists, they didn't even have the words back then that we have to talk about the sciences. Like for example, when Paul is writing his letters in Ephesians, so my friend General, he's a concordance, which I'm kind of more of I'm an accommodationist. Now that I've been thinking about it, um, but didn't have the words to talk about evolutionary genetics because there was no Hebrew word or no Greek word for evolutionary genetics. There was no word for astrophysics or trigonometric parallax. It didn't exist.
Even theology,
Because
even the word theology itself, which we use to the study of God, that didn't exist
right. So
during
it
that
was a whole
time.
lot of things they didn't have. And so I don't think the Bible was made for that. The Bible is to get, a good theological, spiritual, religious background of who God is, his revelation to mankind, and who Jesus is. And that's pretty much it. If there are aliens out here, or like other worlds, or let's say the multiverse hypothesis is right, it wouldn't really, like, what's the word? I think it's putting the skin off my back, if I'm saying the phrase right. It wouldn't really like harm my beliefs because I understand the Bible is for spiritual, things, and the science is for the natural things. I actually have a picture. I you know what? I think I can pull it up. There's a picture John Walton used and explain how Christians should think about religion and science. Real quick, my photos. Hate that when I'm on Hangouts, my computer is so slow.
Yeah.
Hold on, because this is like the perfect analogy I think I've seen. Loading, loading, loading. Why is my computer so slow? Like this makes no sense. All right, here we go. Got it up. I'm about to share my screen. There you go. This is the perfect picture. Tell me if you can see my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So right here, so at the top, you have like these different slices of pie, and then at the bottom you got a cake, right? And so usually how Christians look at the universe is they say this is either supernatural or natural, right?
Yes.
Up at the top. So they say this is supernatural, this is natural, this is supernatural, this is natural. Like some Christians, they will argue, oh, evolution is supernatural, or some people say like, I don't know, the universe itself is supernatural, or something, right? But then if you
Yeah.
keep on going, if you go down at the bottom, um, you have a cake. And so this is how we ought to look at the world, where science only deals with the natural world. So the bottom layer is like this physical world, but the bottom layer is like the top layer is the things that we don't know supernaturally. But science only deals with like this little layer at the bottom. Science only deals with the natural world. And then at the top, this is where you can go into like theology and philosophy and like the supernatural things. Things I ought to look at it, where the Bible talks about these things at the top and science deals with these things at the bottom. And so you really can let the Bible say what the Bible says, and you can let the science say what the science says, because science, bearing in this top layer, science deals with the lower layer, and I'm all right with that.
I like how you broke that down.
Thanks.
Well,
Anyway, so
that brings a good point because I just saw a YouTube video a few days ago. It was called why it's so hard for scientists to not believe in God. And what I can't remember, I think he was the founder of Biologos. I'm not sure, but
Francis Collins,
he's
yeah,
yeah,
Francis
him,
Collins.
Francis Collins, the founder of Biologos. He said that science is only there to study our universe. Not even, I mean, I guess you could say the natural world, but mostly our universe. Science does not deal with philosophical questions like what is the meaning of life? Why are we here? I mean, it can explain like how we got here, but that why question is, still hanging. So I think religion could, you know, answer that question, I guess.
But it's funny. Science can have like philosophical implications, or like if we find out something scientifically, there's still so much more questions that we have to philosophize on. So you can't necessarily divorce science from philosophy in a sense. Like for example, I put up a video a couple of days ago on religiosity in the brain. So the neuroscience, he basically used an example of somebody getting dementia, and how you have two parts of the brain. You have the frontal lobe, and I think he said the lower lobe. I'm not a neurologist, so I wouldn't necessarily know. But you have two lobes of the brain, and you can have one portion of the brain that is, in a sense, sick, right? And
Yeah.
if I totally botched this, go and watch the video and see what he said in his own words. But he was, in my own words, he basically was saying that you can have one part of the brain that's sick and another part um that isn't necessarily sick yet. And so as a result, let's say you were really, I don't know, terrible at math, right? And so one portion of the brain that was causing you to be deficient in mathematics, the other brain will start to make up for it. And a subject that you really hated or you didn't like, before the dementia starts to set in, you'll have a boost in mathematic capability. And all of a sudden, a subject you didn't like or whatever, the brain doesn't suppress it anymore. But then as the dementia starts to set in, well, then that mathematic capabilities, they start to leave as well. But it's not that you never were good at math. It was the fact that your brain was suppressing that mathematic ability. You always had that ability, but your brain literally was suppressing it. But we also found the same thing in some dementia patients when it comes to religion and spirituality. So dementia will start to set in a little bit, and as a result, one portion of the brain that was suppressing their interest in like religion or theology or have you not, they'll start to delve into these subjects and become really good at them. And then as dementia starts to set in, then they start to lose their interest in religiousness. But um, come to find out, is actually, I think he said, natural for people to have like a curiosity in religious subjects. And it doesn't, that doesn't prove that God exists or God doesn't exist. It
Well,
just
yeah.
goes to show that humans are like naturally religious. So
Well, that's. I mean, yeah. I mean, I know atheists. I'm not trying to criticize atheists, but atheists. Oh, you've always heard the claim, "Oh, everyone's born an atheist." Well, that's not true. Everyone's actually born a theist. They're actually, you know, they actually do believe in some higher power. It's really atheism that indoctrinates or indoctrinates people. So it's not religion that indoctrinates, it's rather it's atheism that indoctrinates. Now again, that atheism is false or that God exists, but it does show that that religious belief is, I guess, natural. Yeah, so
right,
makes
like
sense.
people were created, or you could say humans have evolved with the uh, curiosity or interest in religious subjects. So it's really interesting. Because I I know some people, they would argue that we do see a sort of like religious behavior in other animals, right?
Yeah,
Which I actually, somebody who did say that, I haven't seen the study, so I'm kind of reluctant to say that's true. But what I would say is it is kind of weird how we do see this parallel in this ancient text of Genesis, and we see the parallel in science where Homo sapiens are the only animal who are at least religiously aware of their religiosity. That's that's a weird take on word. They are religiously aware of their religiosity. Um,
yeah,
and then you see in Genesis where people are created, or you could say they evolved up until this point where now they have the image of God, and uh, now they have like the spirit where they can interact with God and God can know them. So I honestly will argue that most of our religious experiences, they actually come from our brain. That doesn't mean that we're crazy or anything like that. Like even like when we do science and philosophy or whatever, like those feelings and those intents, they come from your brain. And if it weren't for us Homo sapiens, for our brains being able to develop and grow faster and grow bigger than most other animals, we wouldn't be able to have these religious experiences. And so what I would say is that it seems like as our brains were developing and growing, the reason for that was in fact for God to develop our brains to a point where we can have that religious relationship with them in a sense. Then
Yeah.
you can get like Adam and Eve existing and stuff like that after they're evolved. Well, after humanity is evolved up until that point, and now we can finally have a relationship with God.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. And the relationship between mind and body, which I wanted to talk to you about that because I don't know if you're a dualist or whatever, but I know there's like some atheists that try to argue that neuroscience can fully explain consciousness and that neuroscience kind of disproves the existence of the soul. But I don't. The problem with that is that neuroscience can only study correlations between mind and body. There's no way that neuroscience can show that the mind necessarily emerges from the brain. So, and even
I
if
don't
it,
know,
yeah,
but
I mean,
I would even say I don't even think that's important. Because as far as like the soul and the spirit and all that, like you got to remember the Bible it's an ancient book, and when they were trying to explain things scientifically, of course they got things wrong, right? Like for example, when the Bible talks about follow your heart or whatever, right? They thought your heart was inside your stomach, right? And so they would point to the stomach to try and explain the heart. And like I'm okay with it because like these people weren't scientists, they were
yeah,
theologians. Um, but as far as the spirit and the soul and stuff like that, um, Christians don't have a problem with that because in so if you ask anybody what's the Christian hope, right? People say, oh, like I'm going to die and go to heaven, and my spirit's going to go to heaven. But the Book of Revelation gives you like a way different picture than that because you have a new heaven and you have a new earth, and who lives on this new earth? Us humans,
yeah,
and the other animals. So we're not going to be like these metaphysical spiritual creatures
well, yeah,
dwelling in the sky playing harps for eternity. Um, so whether the spirit exists or the soul exists, or whatever, that's kind of irrelevant because at the end of the day, like the Christian hope isn't for you to die and go to heaven. The Christian hope is that heaven and this physical universe will have a union. It's called theosis, where the universe will become God-like, or the universe will um, become, in a sense, you could say like perfect. There you go. The universe will become perfect.
yeah,
So I think it's kind of irrelevant anyway, because at the end of the day, we're not going to be like these disembodied beings. We're gonna have bodies. Like Jesus had a physical
yeah,
body when he resurrected from the dead. He ate. I'm pretty sure he went to the bathroom. When Jesus, we need to look at the example of Jesus' resurrection because that's how it will be. So that's my
well,
take
yeah.
on it.
I mean, based on my studies of the soul and the afterlife, I know most Christians think that when you die, you go straight to heaven. Well, that's not true. It is true that when you die, you will go somewhere else, but it's not heaven. Rather, it's judgment, and then happens next. The actual heaven is going to be here on Earth in the physical universe on this planet. So the idea that we're going to live in heaven and have immaterial bodies is just not biblical at all. There's absolutely no biblical evidence for that anywhere in the Bible. So I understand. I can agree with your point. But,
Well, yeah, even if you look at Paul's letters in First Corinthians, he talks about how in a blink of an eye, our old bodies are going to be transformed, and we're going to get new bodies and stuff like that. So I think the idea, that we're going to, go to. I can't tell you where it came from. I can't say because some Christians will tell us it's a pagan idea. I just think that like as time keeps on going on, right? Like a lot of people they don't actually read their Bible and they just have preconceived notions of what they think the Bible teaches. Like nowhere, like the Bible doesn't teach that, but because so many people are just like enveloped with this idea, because when you watch cartoons, what do you see? You see somebody's soul
yeah,
going out their body and then they go to heaven. So it's just something that people are indoctrinated into believing. And as a matter of fact, the word indoctrination doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. Um,
yeah,
Checking the live chat. Somebody said no one understands consciousness. I don't think humans understand consciousness 100%, but it could be possible that we could understand it to much more of a degree than we understand it now.
yeah.
Like
I
for
know.
example, What you
I
say?
know there's some theories like integrated information theory. I mean, that's the one I can think of. I don't know about others, but I know integrated information theory is one of the most popular ones right now, and it has a lot of it has. I can admit it does have a lot of evidence for it, but here's the thing: is that it does not. It actually presupposes idealism. So it would actually confirm my belief in the soul rather than disprove my belief in the soul. So I think that science can maybe I don't know, but maybe it can show that the soul does exist in some way.
Like I said, I think the soul existed and all that stuff. I think that's kind of like irrelevant because like yeah, the ancient people like these were like to them this like had a soul and like that type of stuff in the heart. That literally was like their form of biology. So like we just like as time goes on, we get like new taxonomies and stuff like that, and we get new models for biology. And so I just think of it as they had their own model for their time, and you know it worked for the things they were trying to do, and we have our model, and that's that's pretty much how I see it. I don't think it would be wise for Christians to try and argue for something like the soul because um like they weren't thinking scientifically. So,
Yeah. And again, like I said before, there's no evidence in the Bible that the soul is immaterial. So, you know, there even in fact the early church fathers didn't think that the soul was immaterial. It wasn't until the late 17th century that people started to believe that the soul was somehow separate from the body. And so, I mean, that's the thing is
well,
that,
yeah, if it's like completely metaphysical and supernatural, you wouldn't be able to test for it anyway. So for us to go into science and say, oh, we're going to show how this metaphysical supernatural thing exists scientifically. Science only deals with the natural, so it's really strange how we go about
yeah,
doing these things. 'Cause that's not what science does. Um, I mean, you could give good reasons for believing in the soul, right, or a spirit or whatever, but that's just it's not science. Anyway,
Hello?
yep, I hear you.
Yes, I have a question. So, if you don't believe, like when we die, that we go to a certain place, then where is God at then?
everywhere.
All right, so it's everywhere. Then when we leave, so when Jesus come with, on the scripture in Revelation, it tells us that when Jesus come back, he is taking his people with him. And so where is he taking his people with? Where is he taking his people to then? If he's
Well,
going,
I know, we can both agree probably that the final heaven, the actual where we're going to be forever, is here on earth. But when Jesus talks about take me with me, I think he's mainly talking about like to follow him spiritually, not to necessarily go somewhere else. Like I know, I mean, I personally hold to um, a super physical realm that exists outside of the universe because I'm a naturalist, so I don't think that you have to necessarily say that um, you know that supernatural things have to be unexplained by science, but rather I think that the superphysical realm would be a more accurate term to use in explaining what exists beyond this universe. So that's how I that's how I think of it. But I
Oh,
mean, the
yeah,
Bible.
I'm a theistic naturalist. Yeah.
But I know that when it comes to the judgment, it's constant. Since God is timeless, then there's no. It's not a temporal event. Rather, it's a timeless event that's constantly taking place from our perspective. And so when we die, we get judged, and then we wait until the final. Well, technically, we don't have to wait once we die because we're also we would become somewhat super physical realm, so that right when we get there, bam, we can go straight to back to Earth and go to the new heaven and new Earth. So then, I mean, there's no issue with the only waiting period is here and now, our life. It's the only time we have to wait. Once we die, we get judged, and then we kind of go into the future since we get outside of time and then we go into. But that's based on a B theory of time, so I mean that would be a different issue. But yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, I can understand that. Definitely like how you broke that down.
Yeah, I just think some things we just won't know. Um, Especially when you talk about things like going to heaven. Like I don't know how you can test with it. I don't know how you can test to see like if heaven exists or like that. We do know there are other dimensions. We talk about like there's a model in physics called string theory, and then there's super string theory. And so in super string theory, the physicists did some math, and though we can't see them, the math, like the numbers, show that there are at least 11 dimensions, and there could be more. Um, I mean, we don't know, but maybe heaven exists in another dimension. Or maybe there might be other universes. We don't know. That's all I can say is we don't know. But science is
Yeah, I
working,
mean,
so we can find the answers, and this is why we do experiments every day.
yeah, I mean, we can make models of what the soul is or models of heaven and hell, but we don't truly know until God tells us in the future. So for now, we're just gonna have to wait until God actually, because I mean, you gotta remember, God is all knowing, so He'll know everything. He'll know everything about everything, and so you can. I guess he already knows all science as we know it. So I mean, so we would just have to wait until He tells us when that time comes.
I would have thought you had more questions, Wayne. That was the only question you had. Did you step away? I don't know. But what are they talking about in the other room? Hold on, I'm gonna mute myself so I can see what's going on in these other rooms.
Yeah, I'm back. I just basically, well, from hearing what you guys were saying, I just basically, I mean, I really, the way my mostly belief in afterlife is truly basically off of like the way the Bible, way I was like raised up believing. You basically when you die, I mean not when you die, when Jesus come back, he come and get his people and he take them to. Could definitely see what's your name, Kyle?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. I could definitely see what you were saying as far as it's big. It's possible that it's based off. And not talking about the actual place, but this place that we live on. I do believe that see that I can see it that being that way. That God's basically is not talking about heaven as far as like the actual place that's up in the sky or somewhere,
Well,
but it's
the
probably
thing,
talking about
yeah.
the heaven as far as earth, because we do live on earth, and I do believe that this is not the world that God has made for us. As far as this is Satan's world. As
Well,
far as all the evil and destruction things that's going on. But God, his basically what he intended for us to intended for this world to be of love, joy, peace, and happiness, and no more killing, and no more dying and stuff like that. So no, I think that's why in Revelations it talks about so much of what he coming to do and how they gonna have that battle of Armageddon and all these things that's gotta come to pass in order for God to basically re-reign, basically bring heaven to earth. And I think it's deeper than that. But to basically, give my opinion on that, it's really more to that. But like from where I hear what you're saying is like I do, agree with that as far as where you know heaven being on earth, and him basically, it's a possibility that he could be talking about not as a far as a you know it being on earth. I could see that. I could see that happening, and or see him really basing it off of that. But yeah, that's just how basically giving an opinion about that. But that's I can see that happening.
Well, actual what makes heaven heaven is the fact that God's there. So then, technically, if you want to put it in a more literal sense, is that if you have a relationship with God, your heaven has already began on earth, even though you haven't been judged yet. Your heaven has already
Right,
started. It's just there's
right,
still pain, there's still suffering,
right,
stuff like that. But you're still
right.
in that state. So
So when it's basically if it's so yeah, as of right now, you talking about as of right now, we still
yeah.
painting.
So
Oh,
what I'm saying is that heaven is right now when with the relationship. The new heaven is when God Himself comes down with everybody. But heaven in more
okay.
just heaven would be right now with a relationship with God. And then
Okay.
when you die, you get judged, and then you know,
So where so all right, so I like how you said earlier that God is everywhere. Because when you say that when God comes down, you know, when you say that God come down, it's like he's coming down from a specific place.
but what I'm
So
saying is,
where is like that's why we asked the question like
well, what I'm saying,
where
I
is
mean,
God like
well, the Bible,
can anybody answer like that question as far as like do anybody know where God is like as of right now? Like is he in a physical place or
No,
he is
I mean,
basically
well,
visible
if
or he is
the quite yeah,
I know that before y'all go ahead and answer, I know that God is a spirit. So I'm not believing that God is in an actual place or anything like that. I know that God is actually a spirit that dwells and lives inside of us. You know, so um, but I'll let y'all go ahead and see what y'all have to say.
well, I would just say the question doesn't necessarily make sense. I mean, like if you asked where is Jesus, then we could pinpoint it because Jesus is a he's a well last time we seen him he was a three-dimensional person, so he was bound by our laws of physics, meaning
What do you
Jesus.
mean by three-dimensional person? Do you mean a human being?
Yeah, he was a human being, but
Okay.
he was a three-dimensional person, meaning you know about length, width, and height. So I'm just mathematically describing the type of body Jesus was in, right? So he was a three-dimensional person. Jesus was trapped by all laws of physics, right? So Jesus he's a person. So you can ask where is he at, right? And then I can tell you Jesus is here, right? Notice I like how Neil deGrasse Tyson said, whenever you ask somebody to meet you somewhere, you give them I think it's three frames of references. So you give them a time, you give them a location, right? And you also give them was it a date, right?
yeah,
So
that'll work.
right. But like if you ask where's God at, it's really a question that is it's above us because he's not a part of our three-dimensional realm. So it really because if God is omnipresent, right, that means that he isn't bound by our laws of physics, which means he isn't bound by time or space,
Right.
right? He's above time and space. And so the question wouldn't make sense. You know, somebody that's outside of time and space, they could be in two places at the same time.
Yeah, that is true.
So I would just say I don't think the question necessarily makes sense depending
Right.
on
You're
like
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That
which
question.
person of the Trinity you're talking about.
Yeah, because if you're talking about God in general, then you're mentioning all three parts. the
Well,
Father, the
yeah,
Son, the Holy
basically,
Spirit.
yeah, well, basically, that wasn't really a real question. That was just basically off of what you guys were saying. Like as far as when you was like basically when you said that, yeah, he comes down. So I was like, from the comments that you were saying earlier, Kyle. That's why I was just like, if God is not, uh, if heaven is, no, Wayne was saying earlier about we are not going. Well, what was he saying earlier? Something about we're not going. Well, this is not going to be. Well, this is not going. We're not going to heaven. We're going to actual. We not. No,
Oh
what you were
yeah,
saying?
yeah, I said so. The hope that Christians have isn't that when we die we're going to go to heaven. Now, it could be the case that when you do die right now, you could go to heaven, but that's not the end goal. The end goal that Christians have in mind is that this universe is going to be in union with heaven. And so heaven will actually be a real physical place existing in a real physical dimension.
So when you say Christians don't, did you say Christians don't believe that they going to heaven when they die?
No, 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 no. That's not the hope that we're supposed to have. So the hope that we have is that the New Jerusalem is going to be in union with this earth or with the new earth. So there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. We're not going to be up in the sky somewhere. The Bible clearly teaches that we're going to exist on this planet or on the new earth, I guess. So
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
be up in the sky playing harps or anything like that.
Right.
Um, you're gonna have a physical body. You're gonna be in a physical place.
All right. So basically, that makes sense. So all right. Well, what about the bodies as far as Kyle was talking about earlier? Now we want to get no, you was talking about earlier about the bodies, the immortal bodies, that we are
I don't
basically
know.
transforming.
Yeah, I don't know because when you're talking about because the Bible says that well, where, does the Bible say, Kyle? Does it say in Revelation that there won't be any more time?
Um, I'm not that I don't know, but what I do know, I'm assuming there'll be time, but that's I mean I don't. That's a really hard question.
Yeah,
I
I
know
don't I don't I
I
don't know
know
if it's
I know for sure that we'll be living forever, so we'll have immortal bodies and we won't die of old age. But I don't know. Some Christians say there is still time, but again, time itself is relative to one's perspective in the
right.
general relativity. So I guess no. I guess I mean there wouldn't be a need for time anymore. So maybe I don't know.
Right. I don't know if there's going to be any time, but I would say that God, when He did create space time, He created it with the purpose to redeem us. And so, the universe is expanding, and as it's expanding, it's accelerating. With Josh Peck, I don't agree with everything he says, but I like what he said. He said it could be that we're looking at the expansion of the universe from the end of it, right? Like for example, you know how the Bible says in Revelation that God is going to roll up the heavens like a scroll. Well, it could be that all of the energy that we're seeing accelerating, we're actually looking at it in reverse. And so we're looking at the end right now from innocence. And so when God rolls up the heavens like a scroll, that's where all the energy is, being put into. It was something like that he was trying to say. I'm just paraphrasing, but I think he made a good point. It could be true, it could not be true, but it's just something to think about.
Yeah, I don't know if there'll be time because the thing with time, in order to like do things within physical space, within the physical universe, you need time. Like in
Right, you
order to,
need dynamic.
yeah. So, and but you know,
But I mean, it could be possible that there is no time. I don't put it past God, but I don't know. Whatever happens, all I know is heaven and a new earth and a new universe, there's going to be new laws of physics that we're not familiar with. So for us to even try and explain
Well,
it, it wouldn't
well,
even make sense anyway. So
well, I'm sure we'll have new laws of physics since God is all knowing, so He would know those laws of physics. So
yeah, so it's funny how we're trying to use our laws of physics that we have today to try and explain how some new laws of physics are going to be like, and like our technology isn't even up there yet. Like we just we don't know. Like it's weird how Paul says like no eye has seen or no ear has heard or nobody knows like what's waiting for us in this new heaven or in this new earth. It's pretty awesome.
yeah, I mean, we don't know what these new. I mean, there could be like crazy laws of physics. They could, they could have laws of physics that we can't even conceive of, like we can't even imagine in our heads. So, I mean, I guess that line of phrasing would work that we don't really know until we actually get to that point.
Right. But it makes the mystery of trying to find out these things even more like wonderful. Like it's just like just trying to figure out these things is pretty like it's intriguing as each day. So,
Yeah, I agree. I believe there is some things that God want us to know, and some things that He don't want us to know, because we are not meant to built to know everything. God told us that some things that He said, my ways are not your ways, and your ways are not my ways. Which to me, makes means that the things that God, has God has some things that we just not. It's some things that we just not gonna understand, and there's some things that we just not gonna know. These are way different. Like a lot of people just don't understand God's way or how He do things, or why He made things the way He made things, to be, and that's where Wayne was saying that, just certain things, science, even science can't prove or can't dig into, like, and that is one thing that is right there, talking about this is something that really can't be proven. Like, because that's something that I believe that we are not meant to know, but like most Christian beliefs or Christian areas that we base things off. A lot of people may say we just base things off of off of faith. To basing things off of faith is because a lot of people say that's dumb when it comes down to Christians, and it's dumb and all of this, but because these why they say dumb, because they don't understand faith. And and basically reason why God points at our faith and tells us that He loves a person that has a faith of a mustard seed is because you do have to believe, certain things that even when in our life, that reality, when we come in, we think about reality, how faith and belief had to take you to a certain level. Like, you had to believe and have faith to get to a certain level. You didn't see how you was going to be in the future. You didn't know, what you was going to be or what you was, going to do. But when you have faith to believe what you can be and what you could do, then that's power. That's the power. So we believe that that's the power of God, or one of His tools for us to use as faith, and how to just believe in things you don't see. So yes, we believe that when we die, I don't believe, when you die you go straight to heaven. You just basically go to a resting place, because we can't all, the people, everybody that dies can't go to, it's like, it's not like, because everybody, we know in Revelations it talks about how people has to be judged before, like, they could go to heaven. Like, you gotta be judged. You has to be, you gotta be judged, and um, everybody, I think, at once you will be judged at the same time. And so it's bigger and deeper than that. But basing off of what God was, basically trying to tell us, that faith is a substance of things you hope for, as is a thing not seen. So the things you can't see, is basically this things we can't see. Like we can't see God, but we have faith and believe that God is real. We know God is in us. He's like Wayne said earlier, he's not omnipresent, but he's what you call it, Wayne? I mean not omnipresent. Yeah, I mean what you call it?
Well, no, yeah, he is omnipresent because he's everywhere. Now, I was saying that he is in 3 dimensional. Depending on which person, depending on which person of the Godhead you're talking about.
Hmm. So yeah, he is omnipresent. So basically, we know God is present. He is real, and that's where the powerful. That's where we know God is a spirit. So that's why we believe in spiritual things, spiritual warfare, and all the spiritual fruits and all the things that when we apply to our life, they help build our life. So that's why, yes, I believe that God is real. God is and Jesus is his son, and I believe in the Trinity and all these things. And yes, but no, now it seems like when Wayne knows this, that we are getting attacked more and more when it comes down to what we believe in because of the things that the little loopholes, or we could say that because man made the Bible, there's a lot of complications that people feel like there's some missing puzzles in the Bible, or there's some things that the Bible do not elaborate on that they should elaborate on, or there's some things that man manipulated the Bible in a lot of sense. And that's where it gets at too. Is the Bible real, or is the Bible true, or why the Bible wants to talk about this, and because it's man made, people really feel like it's a fake book, like there's not a lot of there's some truth that was taken out of it, and we go far on beyond that. So I just want to know y'all opinions about that. Like, how do y'all feel about the Bible? How do y'all feel about the Bible? And do y'all feel like it's a book of truth, or do y'all feel like it's a book um, that that y'all can believe in?
Well, the Bible itself is meant, its sole purpose is to teach us like how to get saved, basically, how to get Jesus to how to get salvation. I think it's not about science. I mean, the Bible is not a scientific, is not a science book. It's not. Um, it does have great morals, but its main purpose is for salvation. It's not meant for all these other scientific things. So that's what the goal of the Bible is, and I think that's all that God wanted to tell us, and that everything else is like everything else, like how the universe works and stuff like that, that's different. That's not a part of the Bible. So, yeah.
I would say the same to show us
Yeah,
who God is. What you say?
yeah. Kyle, can you say the last statement that you said again?
I said that its sole purpose is for salvation and to teach us who God is, what He wants from us, what our purpose is. That's it. Everything
Amen.
else, science, stuff like that, is not meant, is not
Right,
taught in the Bible.
right.
That's something different. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, the Bible, it teaches you the spiritual things. Teaches you God, like you said, and what God wants and what He expects from us, and it teaches you the spiritual things, which is, we know the natural things of this life is what God teaches us. Basically, what God, the Bible calls it, world, the world. Living of the world. We know in this world we see so much destruction and evilness and so many things that we see in this world. But God calls it, you know, calls every all, calls it the world. And what He tells us is that we live in this world, but we live in this world, but we're not supposed to live of this world, which means the way the world operates, how they talk and how they live, and everything, their everyday life, and how to live this life. You know, that's the most powerful thing about God. Like you said, the word of God is basically trying to get your mindset to be on the same level as God's. Not to say that your mindset will be on the same level of God's. Nobody mind could be on the same level of God because God is God alone, and nobody can know His thoughts and do. Nobody know His thoughts and know His ways. Like as far as you can be God. No, God is alone. God is God alone by Himself. But when it comes down to you know, what God, when it comes down to him basing you know the powerful, what's powerful is the spiritual fruits, things that we can't see. And this is what blessed my life. The spiritual things. The Bible really blessed my life because it bases our life on those things that are powerful, the things that we can't see, the peace, the love, the happiness, the joy, your heart. What I mean, he touches on those things that are powerful because touching on love and the importance of loving one another, things that people of the natural, people of the world don't think about. We know this based world based things off of how people treat you. If people treat you nasty, you treat them nasty. If people cuss at you, you cuss at them. Or if somebody want to wear Jordans, you wear Jordans. Or somebody wanting to cuss and listen to rap music, that's it's like everybody is following everybody, but nobody is being a leader. Nobody knows the power behind the things the power behind God. And I know there's a lot more deeper than that, but I know what I'm just basically saying that this is like the people don't understand really how important God is. And I think that's a really uh that's a really dangerous in a sense. um Understand how when we live but let me say this. A thing about God and how do you guys feel about the free will? How God gave us free will? How He gave us the right to choose which life which life we gonna live. Base things off of that. That right there is mostly the reason why a lot of people has the right to choose if they want to be gay, if they want to be a stripper, if they want to do whatever they want to do. See, God is not, you know, see, when God gave people free will and gave people the choice and a right to choose what they're going to do, it basically says, you know what, I'm letting you do what you want to do. It's not saying that, matter of fact, nah, I'm going to say that back. It's not saying, he really basically giving you he
Okay,
basically will
cause
show you, right?
yeah, you're saying a lot. So, what's your question?
Yeah, I'm, I'm coming back to it. I was just trying to put a point out there before I bring the question, but basically the question is based off how do you guys feel about God giving us free will, giving us a free will to choose what as far as choice. Like how y'all feel about God giving us a choice to do what we want to do, basically.
So, are you asking like, do we have free will, or are you just asking like, what's our point of view on
No, I'm saying
why God allows us?
yeah, I'm saying like how y'all feel about God giving us free will? Because the reason why I asked that question because people come all the time like, well, God did this to me, and God, killed my daughter, and all this, and oh, why his life has to be like this, and what I mean, and it's like, hold up, first of all, there's some things that God did not do. God, gave us the free will. It's some things that comes upon our life is that it's some things that we did wrong. And they had nothing, and some things that got nothing to do with God. When how people that choose to live a wrong life, and then something bad happened, and they blame God.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
That's what I'm talking about.
that is true.
it
That's what I'm talking
depends,
about.
right? But yeah, Kyle, you
That's what
can
I'm
answer
talking
it.
about.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I mean, I'm
I mean, I know there's even some people debate on because there's Calvinism, Arminianism, but I think that humans do have free will and that we can we can choose freely what to do. We're not predetermined by prior causes. Now, there are my model of free will is agent causation, where you make a choice, and then that choice can affect other choices that you have to make in the future. So then, like, if I, for example, if I chose to not study for a test, and then the next day I have a test, then the choices that I have within that test are going to be much more difficult for me because I didn't study in the first place. So then, agent causation, basically, my choice to not study would the chain of events would start. So then I would fail the test, and I would get a bad grade, and so um, I think that would fit. I guess that would explain free will and whatnot. And also, when you most people have a misunderstanding of free will. Like if you read Sam Harris's book titled Free Will, and he tries to basically argue that humans don't have free will. But the problem with his arguments is that they assume that humans are free from external factors, which I don't. That type of argument doesn't work because just because like the choices that I have are going to be different than the choices that you have. So then everyone kind of has their own choice, their number of choices. We may not be able to choose what choices we are given, but we can choose what what our actions are going to be. So then, like if you use the card game for example, where you a life is like a game of cards. You might not get the deck of cards, but you can choose what you can do with that deck of cards. So that's how I think of free will. And that would also work with salvation as well.
Okay, cool. Like I said, earlier, the reason why this question comes about because um, it really touches on a lot of things. So when you look at, that's why it's based off of like we can't really judge no one, what they do because they made that decision to choose which side they want to serve. God looks at it as, I chose you. He looks at it as you either choose life or you choose death. You choose basically how to be able to live your life and and understand life in a spiritual more sense of loving one another and caring about your family and and being involved in people's lives and changing their lives. That's basically what God is trying to tell us to do. When you choose me, this is what you're going to be doing. You're going to be involved in people's lives. You're going to be loving people, caring about people. But when you choose the devil's way of living, then you basically live, as far as in a more destructional life. I don't care what people think. You live more the opposite. You live selfish. A lot of people are more selfish. People are more a lot of men are abusive. They get in relationships and they treat their women wrong. They don't love their women. They just want to have sex and and then they go get money and a lot of most men go sell drugs. So basically, just using that as an example, but basically the life of without God, you see the life without God. You see the people that made those choices to live, not to live uh, to God's terms, and you see the way their life ends. People that may look to us successful without God, that as you see Bill Gates and all these other people that's so rich and that's without God, that don't believe in God or whatever case may be. But look at what what God says, it does make sense. How you gain the whole wide world, and that's talking about when you die, you could gain the whole wide world by being the best rapper in the world, having most money in the world. But where does that get you when you die? Where happens when all your fame and all your riches go to waste? You know what I'm
Gone.
saying? That what you say?
It's gone. I mean, it doesn't mean
Right.
anything.
Yeah. So it's like that's all that stuff that you did on this earth is gone. All the materialistic stuff you bought, all this money and riches, all gone, all gone. So it's like you can't take that with you. So what was your life purpose in being rich? What was your life purpose in gaining the whole wide world? You know what I'm saying? So that's why, that's why I believe in God, because God makes sense. The Bible makes sense, to me. Everything, every spiritual thing it tells you to do, like praying, that makes sense. It tells you to pray and all this other stuff. It makes sense. Like, I mean, I remember I was talking to Wayne about this, and Wayne said, you know, I think I had somebody talk to Wayne. I think it was my coworker or supervisor that was talking to him, and he said, the Christian. I mean, when you said, remember, I think my coworker asked you, Wayne, how the Bible, how man made the Bible, and you just explained it to him about all different kind of men interpretations, whatever. And you said, but the Christians' interpretation is the best interpretation. And I know that's way deeper than that. It goes deeper than that. But I like how Wayne say it. Our way, the Christian way, the Bible breaks it down is, breaks it is the best, like, and the best is, the best interpretation to break down the Bible. It's the best way to explain God. Christianity is the best way to explain God. It's one of the best to me religion that explains him, that shows his character and what he came to do, and it shows God's character, and it shows the whole mission. It's like one of the best. I guess you could say in that sense of interpretation. It's like the best interpretation, which to me it is, because it makes sense. Being a Christian, serving Christ, living for Christ, it makes sense. Him dying on the cross and all of that. God sending His Son, but a lot of people get puzzled about why did God had to send His Son through Virgin Mary, and I think I think Wayne, you can answer that. Why did God send? Why did God have Jesus come down in the form of? I mean, why he had to use Mary to have birth? That whole situation. I don't know if there's really any
I know
answer to
why.
that.
Because he had to live a life, meaning that his life, his perfect life, had to be imputed onto whoever. So, like, if you accept Jesus, then basically his deeds in his life would be applied to you. So then, with when that happens, then basically what he did would be used. That means when you get judged, what he did would be used to defend yourself, so that you can go to heaven. And I mean, I don't want to get into too much detail, but if you study the redemption and stuff like that, then you'll understand why Jesus had to, save us from ourselves. And it makes sense because all the other world religions out there, they teach that you have to do something. They teach that you have to do something for God, and that you have to be there for God, and you have to do this and that, and blah blah blah. But Christianity, one of the fundamental differences is that instead of you doing something for God, God does something for you, and I think that's one of the
Right,
big issues. And that's
right,
why I think when it comes to God being all loving, um, logically, someone a God has to be all loving logically, because I think C.S. Lewis said that evil cannot exist on its own, and that evil itself is a privation of good. So then, logically, in order for God to be eternal and be all loving, then he has to also have two or more persons somewhat um, sustaining that love. And I think this is a good argument against Muslims, because Islam teaches that the Trinity, isn't true and stuff. But the problem with that is that if you have one person always existing forever, logically, that person cannot be all loving because love is an expression between two or more people. So logically, in order for God to be all loving, he has to be a triune being, and the only religion in the world that has a triune being is Christianity. So I mean that right there shows that Christianity is the best interpretation of who God is and what His purpose is.
Right. Oh wow, that was great, crowd. Appreciate that, man. That's I think me and Wayne talked about that a long time ago because it just gives you the best interpretation. But you know how I think people mostly focus on the neck. They focus on the false, and because they focus on the false, that's what causes them to not believe at all in Christianity because they look at the falseness. And the falseness, I tend to. They basically hey Wayne, I think this is one thing and Kyle, I think I want to ask y'all like one more question about one particular thing, and this is not from my mouth. This is from others, like coworkers I talk to that has that wants to know about Ephesians the sixth chapter, the fifth verse, how it talks about slaves and masters, and basically slaves has to obey their masters, and the ninth verse talks about how the masters has to obey their slaves and stuff like that. And my coworkers basically came at me on that, very 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 heavy. I had two coworkers really like basically bash me on this subject because I really didn't know it at first. I didn't really read that scripture. And basically, they felt some type of way about how they was talking about how slaves had to have to obey their masters. But I was trying to tell them that, from my point of view, that when I read it, um, I understood, it came back to my memories on how it basically, to me, I felt like it was talking about, it's talking in a spiritual sense. They overlooked that it was talking about basically Jesus. It was talking about how um, the slaves obey masters. It's talking about we have to obey our masters, and our masters will be our bosses, our coworkers. I mean, not our coworkers, but our bosses that we work for or anything like that. It's talking about like that, obey your masters, but it's telling you to obey them, obey your masters, obey your bosses, and all of them, as if you were to. It's saying do it as if you would do it unto Christ. And so that's what I was trying to explain that scripture. But I want you guys giving your opinions on what you think that Ephesians the sixth chapter, fifth verse. If you gotta look it up, what you guys think that means to you when it's talking about slaves, be they obey your masters, be good to them, and so on, so forth. How do you guys feel about that scripture?
What page was it? Which book?
Ephesians sixth chapter, the fifth verse.
Wait, hold on.
Mhm. Wayne, while you looking, you have anything, Wayne? You still there, bro? Wayne.
All right, so it says slaves and masters. So it
Oh,
says, slaves, obey your earthly masters with deep respect and fear. Serve them sincerely as you would serve Christ. Try to please them all the time, not just when they are watching you. As slaves of Christ, do the will of God with all your heart. Now, this is the, hold on, I'll go, I mean, I'm not going to try to do this is the New Living Translation, so, I mean, I'm not a King James onlyist, so I'm not going to use the King James as um, but what it does, I think it's more spiritual in that we, and I think when it talks about slaves, what it's referring to is doing the will of God. So then, like, like we said earlier, and we talked about how people normally um, live lifestyles. Well, technically, logically, when you think about it, when you're living a lifestyle or doing things, you're a slave to that thing. When you're when you're living, like if you're a prostitute or a druggie or a criminal, you're a slave to that lifestyle. So what it's referring to here is that you're a slave to something, no matter what it is. You're always living some way. Like you're always a slave to something. And so what God wants for us to do is to, instead of being slaves to bad things, be slaves to Christ, because Christ and God is good. And so I think I would agree with you that it's more of a spiritual thing, and I don't think that this necessarily has to mean historic. I don't think this means that God is saying that. I don't think it's saying that promoting slavery. So yeah.
Wow, that's awesome, man. I mean, I was saying the same thing. You know, it's basically talking in a spiritual sense, but people look at it, Kyle, in a standpoint. And so, if you, let's say if you wasn't saved, Kyle, let's say you wasn't, you didn't believe in God, how would you look at that scripture? Would you look at that scripture in a way that, well, I'm basically, how would you basically, how would you look at that
Well,
scripture if you wasn't
well,
saved, if
it
you
also
didn't believe in
says,
God?
um, verse 7 through 9. It says, "Work with enthusiasm as though you were looking for the as if you were working for the Lord rather than for people. Remember that the Lord will reward each one of us for the good we do, whether we are slaves or free." Now, if you read that verse, then the next verse, verse 8, slaves are free. So then, so then that verse would be talking historical context, and that there were some slaves and that there were some people not slaves. And then it says, "Masters, respect your slaves in the same way. Don't threaten them. Remember, you both have the same master in heaven, and he has no favorites." So then, if you read verse 9, then yeah, that would be evidence that it's more of a spiritual thing rather than a literal meaning that you have to obey your slaves, because during this time slavery was still around. So what it's saying is that the masters or the slave owners had a master of their own, which was God. So then I think that would um, I think that would work with I think that interpretation of that scripture would work because of its context.
Wow, that was good. I like how you said that. Because that's exactly, I think, how people looking at it from a past tense, from when it comes down to, slavery, and that's why that scripture seems so, so suspicious because, we know, I know what happened to the slaves back in the day. How, they was really treating unfair and, beating and abused and, and go on and go on and go on. So go forward. And even the bad thing is that it's still happening. It's still happening as far as, people we are, and I had told I had told my dad, I told him that I said, slavery is still happening.
Yeah, it
And,
is.
I said,
India.
look at if you look at it, I say look at how the government, look at how the government is in control of a lot of things, and look at how they're controlling us. Look at how they put chips in everything we do. They're putting our chips in our money, and how they trying to control our money, and how one day they're gonna try to control our food supply and try to gain control over that. And you know what I mean? So they are, I said, look at how, even our bosses and all of that. And I said it is like a slave. We're a slave to the company. We're a slave to the government. We're a slave, to the
Yeah,
government as far as a form of control. What I mean, we have to do, if we don't work, we ain't gonna be able to pay our bills. We ain't gonna be able to eat. We're not gonna be able to have no, lay our heads and nothing like that. We so one of my other coworkers, he based it off of see, you is a way you can live without the government, and he was saying basically how God had intended for us to basically free, as far as we can be able to be a live of the land as far as the trees that God gave us and all the other things of the nature, the living of the nature. Like how you see on most TV shows they got like the Survivor TV shows or
Yeah.
they got a TV show to show you how to live, not depending on the government basically, and these guys basically learn how to survive without the materialistic things that we use now to survive. And those shows are so interesting because how to live,
Well, there was this one
without.
show that I
Go ahead.
used to like. It was called Utopia, where these people would basically build their own houses and
Yes.
find their own food and do all these things without government control. Now, of course, they would still have rules, but the rules would be formed by the group, not by representatives. So, yeah,
Right.
I guess that would make sense.
Right, man. It does. It make a lot of sense, man. When I brought that to my coworker, of course they, couldn't understand it, but I had to break it to them, that's the beast of it, you know. Hey Wayne, are you still there, Wayne? I think Wayne left for a minute. Probably on Facebook.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Facebook, on Facebook
I,
somewhere,
did-
Wayne.
no, I was stepping away and doing so. I'm still cooking and eating and just getting ready for tomorrow and packing and stuff, man. So I'm running around. I'm still here though.
Hmm. Yeah.
Did Hunter come in? Because it says Hunter came in and he joined and then he left.
Yeah. He got off, but I think that's all for me. I don't have no more questions, but I had two. That's only my concern is how Um, oh yeah. Basically, my coworker was talking about how we was trying to he had this conversation with Wayne, and I don't think he really understood too much of how um we was trying to explain to him about how there are some things that are man made as far as man has we talking about when we say man we say we know how the government well we could say yeah man made means the things that uh, we know that man made that God didn't make. Like say what's a good example? What's a good
Bananas.
example? Bananas is not man made.
Bananas are man-made. Bananas usually have seeds in them.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Well,
they're
um,
genetically modified,
well,
so
what is what
they
is?
are
Yeah,
man-made.
I'm sorry about that.
It's
Yeah,
just
I'm sorry. What is give me an example of something that's not man made?
I blade of grass.
Okay.
real
Another
grass. I
example.
mean, a rock. No, a rock. That's
As
not.
far as no, as far as things we can eat, that's not man made.
Oh, um,
Raspberry.
So I'm just saying, like things
meat.
like vegetables and like the healthy stuff, like the honey, honey,
Well, 90
honey and
95% of what we see in the grocery store are GMOs. So I mean,
or GMOs, genetically not modified.
yeah, genetically modified.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like man has, the things that God made. There's some things that God, man has came and polluted it. Which made basically made it bad.
Yeah.
In a sense, like you said, genetically modified it.
Now I
You know
don't.
what I mean? And that's what makes it.
Well, I don't think that genetically modified are necessarily bad. So I mean,
Right. The reason why we started genetically modifying food is for reproduction because we weren't keeping up with. So people are having more babies than ever, right? And so we couldn't keep up with the population growth. Like for example, there wouldn't be enough food for populations, and so we had to up how much food we were producing in a faster pace, so everybody could be able to eat. So GMO isn't a bad thing.
Yeah. Um,
Well, I mean, like,
Now,
I'm just trying to
now,
I'm just trying to use that as I'm just trying to use something as an example as far as things that are man made. Well, we basically came base it off of how man uses things to control us as far as um there's probably a lot of things that God has made for us to if made for us to use and to let's say there's a lot of things that God used for us that's good. Like let's say fruits and vegetables and the food that we eat. God made that for us. He made that as a good thing for us to eat, so we can live. When we eat the right things, we can live longer, right? When we eat the right foods and the right things, we live longer, right? So when man came in, man took at what God made, which was good, or I could say the devil, because that makes things much sound much better because it is Satan that comes to kill, steal, and destroy. So, in that sense, when we know that he came to, when he came, he basically came to, turn things around. He basically took what God, just like at the Garden of Eden, which is a good example of how God made the whole garden good, and he except for one tree, and he told them not to eat of that one tree, and Satan basically tricked them to do the opposite of what God told them to do. So it's kind of like the same thing of how God made food for us and made certain things for us to be able, just like basically I'm talking about the natural things, the nature of things. You see how in Survivor how they live of the nature. They cut the trees to build the house. They ate certain insects because certain insects had protein. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. The nature, the natural
no,
thing God has made for us to be able to live by. And well, man comes in and basically makes things off of money, turn things into a money fashion, so they could get rich off of it. So they may actually make you pay for these things when they actually literally free. When you can actually literally have a whole farm and build your own crops and build your own fruit and and build your own vegetables and have your own, what I mean, just like they did back in the day. They had a whole farm, and they had
yeah, but
they had the
the
chickens,
reason,
they had the, what I mean,
yeah,
they
but the
had the
reason, Wayne, the reason why we don't need to do that now is because we're living in the only point in human history, right, where the climate, where the weather is steady. You know why everybody needed to have farms and crop plants and herbs back then? It was because the climate wasn't steady. 50,000, 45,000 years ago, that the last ice age, because the planet goes through hot and cold cycles, right? And so every couple of thousand years, the planet will go through an ice age cycle where the planet will start to get really cold. Well, you can't plant crops when it's very, very cold. And you can't plant crops when the weather is constantly changing. And so what's happening is the climate is the steadiest it's ever been. And so now we don't need as many people to crop and to do farming anymore, especially now that we have these machines. And so it's not a bad thing that we're producing these things at such a high level.
no, I don't disagree with that. What I was saying was that how the things that we that's meant to be used in a good way, man comes and pollute it and turns it into a bad thing because they basically turn it into a money situation. Just like if I had fruit, if I had apples or I had oranges, and I knew oranges is good for you and they're good for your body. Why do most people come in out of nowhere, or well, why do man comes out of nowhere, takes the fruit and gets a needle and injects some things into the oranges, and now instead of the orange natural, doing that has its natural juices now is polluted.
No,
It's
well,
no
Well,
longer,
that's not what they
it
do.
depends. Yeah, it depends because the reason why we put these certain chemicals in certain like fruits and vegetables and stuff like that is one, you got to remember when farmers are out like cropping or they're doing agriculture, right? There's all type of pests that come around the fruits and stuff and the vegetables that eat them, and so you got to have chemicals to prevent that. Then remember, most of our foods are they aren't made in America. They're shipped from boats and trucks. And so the shelf life needs to have a longer survival rate. And so you need chemicals so that by the time the apple gets to you or the fruits get to you, they're not bad, right? Then you need
well,
chemicals so that these plants and et cetera, so we can produce them at a high rate. So with the GMOs, they're not bad.
that's what I'm saying. That's looking at it from a good term. I'm talking about from a bad term, how people will take what's good and turn it into bad. What about like church's chicken?
Yeah, but I
You see
don't think.
how they church? You see how they took chicken and they made it bigger and fattening people, making people more fat. Why you think you look at how things was brought up, how when we first was brought up in the 70s, 80s. Look at how them people was real skinny. Now you look at it. Look why you think 16-year-olds and 15-year-olds they only look their age because
Because they
they
have such a big
they
appetite.
producing.
It's the people in
No,
the food didn't
no, no,
necessarily change. It's because
no,
the
no. Listen,
appetite changed.
no, listen what I'm saying. I'm saying there's
I'm listening to what you're
pollution.
saying.
There's food that they took and polluted the food. Like why? The reason why I use a church of chicken as an example because a chicken wing never looked at bigger than my finger, looking bigger than my whole fist. You know what I mean? It never looked like that. That chicken wing from Church's Chicken is so big because they put needles in that chicken, and they makes those chicken, big and buff and fatter. You know what I mean? And that's basically they say it's poison that they, some kind of poison that they put in those chicken to make them fatter and buff. So that's what I'm talking about.
Steroids aren't poison.
Yeah, or whatever you want to call it. Well, what I'm trying to say is
Yeah, but
basically,
the reason why they do that is so
I
they can
think,
produce more because we have billions of people that live on the planet, and if they didn't do that, it would be a shortage. That's the reason why they put the chemicals. It's not a conspiracy or anything. We just do these
well,
things so that we can
that's
mass
a what
produce.
I'm saying. What I'm saying is that's a bad thing because to fatten people up that kind of way is a bad thing. To fatten chickens up, that's a bad thing. That's
Well, they
not a
ate
good
the
thing.
No,
chicken, so
right?
I mean,
But it doesn't make it right for them to do that though.
Yeah,
You know what
it
I mean?
does because if
Of
they
course
didn't do
it,
that, it would be a
of
shortage.
course, of course it looks like because they ate it. But what I'm saying is that the stuff that they do to how they turn what God made good into bad. That's what I'm basically trying to get at.
well, I
That's
mean,
what they do. They do that a lot. They turn what God made good into bad. Like you know, the things that we're supposed to eat, which is good for us. Why is it has to be polluted? Why it has to be like most things? Like Wayne is saying, yeah, in most cases, it's a good thing to to put chemicals in this so for this certain reason or whatever the case may be. But most people are not using it like that. They're using it to raise money, for the wrong or money to get rich and all that other stuff. You know, and that's what I'm just saying. It's a big that could be a big problem. And I just think like when God made things a certain way, and then you have man, that's like sex. Sex was not meant to be abused the way it is in America. America, well, not gonna say America, just this
Well,
period
well, wait,
in
but
the world.
that's a whole nother topic. But before we get on that, because
Yeah, yeah.
I know you're about to like transition. I know where you was going. You was going to talk about the food and then the medicine, right? The medicine and all that stuff.
Yeah, but that's what I'm just trying to say is that some things that God, what God made and what God made for us to, just like, God made, like I said, I use that as an example. God made, man and woman for basically, to have children. That's what he made man, and woman. I mean, sex for. To sex was made for basically man and woman to, but we see man, they turn it into a whole whole different level. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. So I mean, that's
Yeah,
what I mean
that's
by
their
like,
choice.
yeah, that's their choice to do that. But when I based all that off of God, God, and see, you can see the difference between God and Satan. Satan comes to kill, steal, and destroy. God comes to give you life and life more abundantly. So Satan is basically trying to cut off your life supply. You know, I see that in this
Yeah, but
world.
then you were saying because every time we talk about this, you start talking about cancer, and then you start getting into like cancer is a man-made disease, and which I keep telling you that that's not true. Um,
So
and
because you say it's not true, don't mean I'm gonna believe that you say it's not true. Because
no, I'm telling you, cancer is not a man-made
no,
disease.
no, no. What you did was when you gave us videos that proved that cancer was a man-made thing. You gave us proof
What?
because yes, you didn't even look at the videos that you sent us.
I did
When
look at the
we
videos.
you obviously didn't because when we looked at the videos stating what you said, that about cancer and all that, the man that you sent the video to us that said he said it comes from cancer comes from a chemical, right? So my
No,
coworker,
no, no,
no
no,
no
no, no,
no
no,
no
no,
no
no,
no
no, no.
hold
Cancer
on
can't. No,
hold on
cancer does not come
hold
from
on
a
hold on
chemical,
hold
but
on hold on
the
let me finish
no, but let me
because
tell you. Let me tell you what I said though. Cancer comes from
more
no, no.
it's
Cancer
more
comes.
to that. What
Yeah,
it's more to what I'm trying to say.
yeah, but what I'm
It's
saying is
like
the radiation treatment that we use so we can treat people comes from mustard gas. So the actual treatment, yes, it is poisonous, but it's effective.
what I'm trying to say is that what the video I watched the video. The man said it comes from one cell, a bad cell or something like that, or chemical, a bad chemical, or whatever the case may be. Can't remember, but my coworker, me and my watching with my coworkers, and and my coworker basically said, what is a chemical, or what is a chemical? And Wayne, what'd you say what a chemical was?
No, he asked what was cancer, and I said
Oh yeah.
cancer is a growth. Yeah, cancer is a growth. It's,
No, well, it says I think that video says like a bad cell is when a cell is not working or something. A dead cell.
no, well, actually, it's a cell that won't die. So cells go
Right.
through a cycle. They go through what you say, Kyle?
Nothing. Sorry.
Yeah, cells go through a cycle. They go through something called mitosis, apoptosis, and I forget well yeah, it is uh, yeah, it's mitosis, apoptosis, and I forgot the third stage, and maybe I got it mixed up. But they go through three cycles, and basically cells live, they divide, and then they die. But with a cancer cell doesn't die, so it doesn't go through the last cell cycle of apoptosis. And so, if you ever seen somebody with a cancer growth, it'll look like a lump. It's because the cancer cell keeps on growing and growing and growing. It's a cell that won't die. And so, as a reaction to that, we have like chemotherapy, radiation, where we can use these medicines so they can kill the cancer cells. The problem is they kill the good cells and they also kill the cancer cells as well. So we're trying to find ways where instead of the cancer treatments that we have today killing all of the cells, especially with like CRISPR-Cas9, we're trying to see if we can edit somebody's genome.
That's what I think Dean was saying that you know the see when we eat right, we don't have to worry about that. When we eat the right foods,
No,
Yo,
cancers or
listen,
cancer
listen
happens
to
because
let me finish. That when we eat the right foods, it is true. Don't tell me that it's not true because yeah, the doctors even tell you that. They tell you that all the time.
that's
When
not
you eat the
true.
right,
I'm
no,
telling you, that's
listen,
not true.
listen. It is true. When you eat the right foods and when you eat the right foods, it helps you. When you exercise, you eat the right foods, and you do what you're supposed to do, you won't have to worry about that because they tell you that. The doctors tell you that. That video you showed me tell you that it comes from a bad or whatever chemical or you're not eating something right. When you're not eating the right foods or you're not doing and then some of
That's
it,
not
I'm
even
not
what I.
saying all of
That's
it.
not.
I'm not hold on,
That's
hold on. I'm not saying I'm trying to finish, but I keep getting cut off. I can't even finish what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is not all of it is from from what you eat. Because I know you talked about that. Dinosaurs got cancer and all that too. From I'm not saying it all from what you eat. What I'm saying is when you eat the right foods, you can prevent a lot of cancer. Now you could prevent from getting cancer, but not certain cancers as far as the sun, whatever you like you said one time about the dinosaur got a cancer. Dinosaur could get cancer from the sun or being out in the sun too long or whatever.
no, no,
I
no, no.
mean, I'm not
It's just
talking.
that dinosaurs just dinosaurs had cancer. They had cancer too, but it wasn't like because of
Yeah,
the sun.
yeah. It wasn't because they what they eat, but like I
Like,
said, I'm not saying all of
well,
this
no,
from like what
no.
you eat, but I'm saying when
Yeah,
you eat
well,
the right
let me just say one
food,
thing.
you
You can get
exercise.
cancer from you can get cancer at
Yeah,
any moment at any moment. No, because it's a random mutation. It's random, so anybody can get cancer anywhere at any time. It's random. It's unpredictable.
well, I don't believe that. Well, my thing is like I'm not all. I'm not even talking about where cancer or you could get cancer. All I'm saying is I believe that you eat the right foods and you exercise, you'll be all right. Not saying that you won't get certain things because you eat exercise, but when that's the basis off of it, that's the basis of it. Is some people get it because they don't eat right, and they don't exercise, so it comes quicker. You know what I mean? So let's say if you eat right and you exercise, it'd be a chance that it may not come because you're doing everything right. You're eating the right foods, you're exercising, whatever the case may be. But that's what the doctors tell you. If you have cancer, most of them don't tell you to eat right at all. No, one of my landlord wife did that. She had cancer, and they told her basically ain't nothing. They basically she asked she can if she can eat something to help her from preventing it preventing it coming back. Preventing the cancer to come back. And he basically told her, no, you can eat whatever you want. I felt like that was false, to tell her that because, how you gonna tell somebody that has cancer that they can eat whatever they want to eat? And I'm like, that's not, the right um, advice. And I felt like, when her cancer came back, it was like, why did the doctors, it was just a whole story of why I don't believe that, you know, that it's not from the foods, but I do believe that, it comes a lot from a lot of places. I do, that's my thing. But like I said, I believe it's man made.
But
But
yeah,
we,
like I said, it's a random mutation. It's unpredictable. It's something that anybody could get, whether you eat healthy or you live a healthy lifestyle or whatnot. I mean, anybody can get it. I mean, dinosaurs had cancer, like I showed you. Because remember, before I showed you, you said, well, we don't have any evidence of any animals catching cancer before humans got here, and we do.
nah, I didn't say that.
All right. Well, this was a great talk, but fortunately, I gotta
No,
go.
I ain't say that. I never said that because I never talked about animals. Wayne, you did. You broke up the dinosaur
Later.
situation, but um, Hello, hello,
Yeah.
hello.
Oh, CRISPR made it. So yeah, this is CRISPR. CRISPR, he studies cancer for a living.
Hi. Yeah, I just sort of started watching it just a few minutes ago, so I'm not sure exactly what's been covered, but
Okay, Chris.
Well, yeah, just I
When
guess
he
you could just
was when
yeah
he was
start from the
talking about
basics because yeah I was just saying that cancer happens due to a random mutation. It's unpredictable, and whether you eat right or whatnot, like you just can't predict it. It just happens.
I mean, it's obviously not just one mutation. There's a huge range of possible mutations that can increase incidence of cancer. Certain types of cancers will the same progression of sequential mutations, but again, you get forcing range of mutations. And many of these person will already have, they'll be born with these that will just predispose them to certain types of cancer. And some of these mutations create such a predisposition that I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback. Thanks. So some of these mutations will create such a high degree of predisposition that the odds of developing cancer throughout the life are nearly 100%. Tend to be pretty rare, but nonetheless, trying to put it entirely in terms of environmental effects is. But although, in fairness, if you look at something like lung cancer is almost entirely environmental, right? There are some things that will predispose somebody to lung cancer genetically, but overwhelmingly for that, it's environmental exposures. Something like, for many other, it's very heavily genetic component, so it's talking about specifically.
Yeah, well, Wayne, because CRISPR is more of an expert on this. I guess you could ask him because I'm Wayne. This is my friend Wayne. We both had the same names, and we talk about this somewhat often about cancer and like different diseases and so much. So you can ask Wayne, man.
um. So my thing is, when I'm understanding that, excuse, excuse me, I'm understanding that there are some things that are, um, that I feel like, as far as, raised to, build off of, um, I feel like cancer, when you think about the business of it, you know, and money that's raised for this business, breast cancer and cancer period, and how people gotta get these treatments and all these chemotherapies and all these things, so I think about the the problem. I think about how much money there is made off of this business of the of cancer, right? So when you look at it from that point of view, and how all this money that you know that they are making off of saying that there is no cure for cancer. Now, when they say there's no cure for cancer, that's where I tell Wayne that I do not believe that there is no cure. I believe there is a cure. Now, have they found it?
But what do I tell you in
Have they
response?
got into
I say we're
hold on. Let me just finish one thing.
yeah, cause you're a little
How they,
long-winded.
how they got into, how they got into, how if they found it and all that. Yeah, it may not be as found, but I believe there is a cure. My aunt is a a cancer survivor. She was, had breast cancer, is fully healed from having that. So I believe that's of course, according to blessing and healing from our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. But going on to the fact in the matter of cancer as a being a business with Wayne, cancer is a multi-billion, I think billion or $1 million, if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Million or $1 billion business. So I believe that people are manipulating, people in a sense of to get their money, as in a sense of saying that there's no cure, having people believe there's no cure to raise money. And the reason why I believe that because the scriptures even also based it off of, how the love of money is the root of all evil. And I think people are being evil just to get money. They are killing people, lying to people, telling them there is no cure for cancer when I believe there is, and that's my opinion and how I feel about it. But
Yeah, sure. I can come in if you want. So the first thing I'd like to say there is that people make a lot of money growing food, right? But you wouldn't say that we don't need to eat just because people make money growing food, right?
well, that when you say growing food, um, what do you mean by like
People
growing
produce food,
people?
make food, and they make money off of selling it.
Well, food didn't come from people. Food came from God. So that's what
Right,
like.
but he's not. But God's not providing the meal that I ate
God,
hours ago, right? Like I got it from the
well,
store, and somebody made money off of me buying it.
what I mean is God. Everything came from God as far as food. Everything came from God. But man,
Then
according to
so does
man,
then so does chemotherapy.
no, that didn't come from God. That's man-made. Man made all those things.
Man made the machines
Medicine.
that butchered the cow
Yeah, man-made medicine. Yeah, all those machines and all that other stuff. But
and
there's
butchered the cow, and processed the meat, and packaged it and shipped it to the store. And then I went to the store and I bought it, right? And I made hamburgers, and I ate those, and they were good. And so now, so if you're going to say that that God made the food because ultimately all things are from Him, you got to say the same thing about chemotherapy. Logic is the same. Now, I also wanted to comment on, and you said that
medicine.
uh, well,
God did
on
not
that.
make chemo. Well, you say chemotherapy. God, that's totally man-made. God didn't make chemotherapy. Well, I'm just saying it like I'm saying it as in what my statement was. God didn't make cancer. Man-made cancer. That's a man-made thing to me.
How do you mean that?
I mean, well, we'll go back. Let me back up. Cancer to me is to say there's no. I was talking about the fact of the matter that there when they said was no cure for cancer. That's what I was basing it off of. I do believe there is a cure. If they found it, going from there, we could get that's a whole nother discussion. But
Well,
um,
I just wanted to say, say cure for cancer. It's not cure for cancer because cancer is not one thing, right? Cancer is a variety of related conditions that all have a similar basis, but are different in terms of the specific nature of the disease, right? So and the necessary methods to treat it are also different, and so you could not cure any more than you could cure virus, right? You have to the specific ones, um, and that's a really common thing, but it's very important to understand.
okay,
Does that make sense? You see, yeah, yeah. Do you understand what I'm trying to say there, or is that
yes, yes.
okay? I'd also say that, I mean, I do agree with you that I think that, obviously, I don't think that anybody has found a singular cure for the majority of cancers, because actually we do have extremely effective treatments for some of them. Um,
Do you believe
I think
that
that
do you believe that they know certain things that they just don't tell us? You know,
no, no, because what you have to understand is that, so I work in scientific research, and actually does study cancer. It's not specifically, not exclusively cancer, but that's a lot of what we do. We don't make a heck of a lot of money, right? Um, and so if we found something, right, we would publish it. We'd publish it,
um,
and you're not stopping us because understand. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to explain all the details of the way things work in an academic lab,
mhm.
but
All right.
the
So let's
drive is extreme.
all right. So let's say you found a cure, right? Let's say you did some research or you went to a different, country or whatever the case may be, and you found the cure. Do you not think that if someone here that you saying all over the world, just like Dr. Savy did, saying that he cured AIDS and HIV and all these things that that the world will tell you that there's no cure for. Let's say we found the cure for those things, and let's say you found out that you did find a cure for those, and you don't think that they will try to kill you to try to not get you to get that information out because they know that that will stop their money supply.
No, and I'll tell you, a big part of the reason I think that is because if you look at, do you know what Gardasil is?
No.
Gardasil is a vaccine for HPV. And the thing is that, human papillomavirus, 99% of cervical cancer is caused by HPV. If you get the vaccine for HPV, woman, you and I wouldn't get it anyway, but for women get the vaccine for HPV, they don't get cervical cancer. Okay, so you don't even need to cure it at that point because it just doesn't happen in the first place. You're done. It's as
That's
good as a
for
cure.
one shot.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's not expensive. It's not an expensive thing. It's pretty cheap actually, um, and it is effectively a cure, such as it is, right? Yeah, obviously it has to be done beforehand, but like you just if you just give everybody the shot right when they're 8, 15, or how, then that type of cancer is just gone from the human population. Doesn't happen anymore, except for extremely rare events, but we can just ignore those because they're so statistically insignificant. Um, Killed the people trying to develop that vaccine, right? They weren't stopped from bringing it to market. They were allowed to, and
Because
now the company.
because the company still is making money off of a lie. I mean, my fact, I ain't going to take that back. I'm sorry. Take that back. Do you believe that the company, do you, I'm just saying, like, is there
Oh, they make money.
that's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
The thing is, firstly, it's not the same company. I don't think it's the same company that was producing any of the targeted chemotherapies, right? And right,
that's it. Because that just
there's much
seems
more.
that just seems weird. That just seems really suspicious to me that this business is a multi-billion-dollar business. So
A
it's
lot of
like
people get
that,
cancer.
but it's but I'm like, come on, the whole wide world, all these smart people in the world, all these things, and no cure. Like, that just don't seem believable to me. I don't believe like
It's
how
you have
we
to
got cancer, but
understand.
we can't have no cure for it. I don't believe that. I just
Well, I mean,
really
it's fine for
can't
you to not
see
believe it, but like it's, I mean, if you,
I can't see
I
that.
have an introductory book on cancer, right? That introductory textbook that is pages long. This is not a comprehensive tome. This is introduction to the biology of cancer. Not a simple problem. So if you want to talk about treating it, and the real issue is that these are, at the end of the day, these are human cells, right? So if you think about how do you treat a virus, how do you treat a bacteria, right? You target the things about those that are different from human cells, cancer, because they're human cells, right? So everything's already the same. You can target, then these cells are already mutating like crazy just because they're completely outside of any kind of genetic
Right.
control. If you're targeting some surface receptor, cell surface receptor, cells that
So
don't produce that aren't
so
affected,
so
and they
why
will spread.
so why do doctors tell people that they have to eat right in order to get there? Why do they tell them these lies? Oh, you got to eat right, or you got to take your medicine, and you got to do this, and you can't. Why do they tell these people this?
Well, I mean, you have to take your medicine because about
So
antineoplastic drugs or what?
So if you eat right, you can't. That's what one doctor told my landlord's wife. And it's like, all right, so I got cancer, right? So you telling me I got cancer, and it's nothing I can do to. Well, I know I don't believe that because spiritually, I know that we believe in the power of prayer, and
Like,
I've seen
can
it
I just
happen.
say
People prayer.
I encourage you to seek that out specifically.
Say it again.
Time, I would encourage you to seek out the power of prayer and everything else. But at the same time, I'd encourage you to seek out an oncologist
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
and to get
Oh,
chemotherapy and to get appropriate treatment.
right. I know that, but the, it's just more a lot to it's just a lot to cancer that I think we don't understand. As far as the sense of you know you now I know you stand I'm not disrespecting no way of what you're taught and or the studies um but um when I look at it from a multi-billion dollar or $1 million business sense, I'm just like not. That's why I said that's just not getting to me of how that
Well,
all these years, like all the smart people in this world, all the
let's
things that have there's no cure. Like, come on,
address that
I
for a
just
second,
I'm just
um,
I'm just not getting
if we can. So you would agree that there are a lot of people who get cancer, right?
that. Yes.
Okay, so are you willing to just sort of accept, for the sake of this conversation, that making um, drugs is a very difficult and complicated process?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that would make them expensive, right? Make them expensive to produce these drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you've got a lot of people who then need a lot of very expensive drugs. So that means that it's going to be a lot of money in this industry because,
I know that, but that does not heal kill that does not heal people from cancer though. It's like people that have been on chemotherapy. It actually kills them. And I
well,
heard Wayne say earlier
chemo is a
that it
poison.
could either kill or help them. I heard Wayne say it could either help them or it could even, not help them. But
Well,
my thing
let
is
me
like,
just
it is
be
a poison.
well. Let me be completely and brutally honest and say this as somebody who, again, who studies this. Chemotherapy is a poison, no question about that. You do not, you want to stay the hell away from that stuff. Is nasty stuff for the most part. Is that it, by and large, with any luck, will kill the cancer cells faster than it kills the healthy cells. And that's the best we can hope for.
Okay.
Because, again, cancer is a really, really, uh, as far as treatment is concerned.
Uh,
Oh,
all right, so
CRISPR. Can you tell them about CRISPR? I'm sorry. I'm eating chocolate chip cookies. That's why I sound like that.
see, that's how you gonna get cancer. It's like no.
Sorry. What do you, sorry. What do you want me to tell them about?
I said, CRISPR. Can you tell them about CRISPR? Because Wayne, I've been trying to tell you about CRISPR and gene editing
My
and how scientists are working
my
towards
name's
stopping cancer.
yeah. If you see my avatar there, actually, so actually, the Cas9 enzyme. If you can see, it's the little ball and stick models that are kind of sticking out of it, the DNA and RNA molecules. And so this is it's a really interesting thing that developed in bacteria. Um, Basically, this thing can recognize and target certain sequences and destroy them, or degrade them, or whatever you want to say. Um, and Scientists basically figured out a way that they could use this, and basically design specific to the Cas9, recognize parts of the DNA, right? And then so it would and it would make the little edits, um, and they can use this. Now they have variants of this enzyme that can do anything from single base deletion, single base modification, insertions, and also act as an enhancer or a uh, for a gene. Can do all sorts of things with it. It's really very, very fascinating.
In layman's terms, we found out a way to use the immune system of bacteria, right? So we can edit the genes, right?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty much it, Wayne. Um, and then
Yeah, we've hijacked the metabolism of bacteria to do basically everything in modern biochemistry.
so bam, that's that's what cancer research has gotten us so far, and I like it. I really think that CRISPR-Cas9 might be one of the things that might help us find a cure for most cancers, right? Because different cancers require different cures, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of finding cures, I certainly think that's true. Just because it enables really high throughput methods of studying these things, right? So you can very easily do these knockout experiments, double knockouts, and mess with the enhancers, so you get a little higher transcription of these things, and all that stuff. In terms of actually people, I don't think it will be terribly useful in the direct sense, just because you've got to be able to deliver it to every single cell and actually get the transformation to happen in each cell effectively, and that I think is going to be a very tricky thing. But basically, it'll help us though to find therapeutic targets for treating these things, and that's very, very helpful.
Wayne, still there?
Yes, yeah, I'm here. I had to go to the restroom.
No.
Yes. Go ahead, guys. What y'all talking about?
Well, yeah. Um, Actually, let me hold on. Let me give you a paper because I know we're talking about this stuff, but you can look at this stuff even when we stop talking, so you can just think about it. Hold on. I got an article uh that was saying basically the same thing CRISPR was saying. That I think I sent you this paper like 2 weeks ago. I said, hey, look at this. This was like a breakthrough we made in cancer research. I sent it to you like 2 weeks ago.
I think I did look at it.
I know. I know you sent me a paper, probably the one you're talking about.
Yeah, I gotta find it. It might be in my bookmarks. But yeah, long story short, Wayne, like it's not like a mass conspiracy that scientists have where they're trying to like withhold information from the general public and not tell them these things because like this is how science advances, right? Like we have to share our data so other scientists can repeat it and know what they did. So it really wouldn't make any sense. I mean, that was the whole reason why we, in Philly, I told you yesterday, bro, we had the March for Science yesterday for like this exact reason where like there are people who are like making conspiracy theories and not understanding how science works. And these people, they gain a rise to power, and then we have people in our government who don't understand science, right? And they think science is a conspiracy. Wayne.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening. Um, like I said, I just like I said, that's back of my head, guys. That's not something like I'm just saying that. I just this is back in my head of how I just feel like there is something that they're holding from us, and I feel like there's for a lot of stuff. But I'm not saying what his name Chris. Oh yeah, Chris. I'm not saying what Chris is saying is not true. I'm just saying like that's. I'm just saying like from there, because I know there's a lot of deception and a lot of stuff that we don't think, we really don't sometimes understand. I believe in that. There's a lot of deception. There's a lot of things that are probably behind the scenes that we are not going to know because they're not going to tell you. And I just look at it like that from that standpoint. There are things that are,
Oh, bro, I
you
got something for you to look at.
but
Speaking
I'm
of
just
that,
saying
right?
like,
Yeah, no, I got to finish this because you're gonna like it. It's a police detective. He's a Christian, right? He's a former detective, and he actually has a series talking about conspiracies and how conspiracies work. Actually, it's on my YouTube channel. Hold on, it's on my YouTube channel. And like when you get a minute, I want you to sit down and watch it because I know you do believe there's a lot of conspiracies going around like behind science, but that actually isn't how conspiracies work. And so I'll send you the video so you can find out how conspiracies actually do happen.
my issue is not with conspiracy theories. My issue is from a standpoint of deception. That's my theory. My mindset is on what about deception? Things that people don't think about.
Yeah,
There's some
that's
things that
conspiracy. Like
we
when people conspire against a group of people, that's a conspiracy, deception.
okay. Well, I don't really, like I said, that's not really my topic, or that's not what I really talk about. But when I really think about it, that's what I think. You know what I mean? I'm just like, yeah, there, there's some, I think there's some falseness to it, and there's probably some truth to it. But when we look at cancer, and like Chris was saying, there's a lot to it. There's a lot to cancer and where it come from, and and I understand those the basics of the cancer and where it could come from. But I just, like, for me, my standpoint, and how I look at it, in my opinion, we could stop a lot of, not just cancer. I believe we could stop a lot of things from happening if we really just eat right and exercise. A lot of diseases can come from us just not, probably eating right and living and exercising. But not saying that we don't exercise and eat right, and you gonna get these things, but I think the base off it, the base off of it, from that, from me speaking from now a spiritual standpoint, I know that I know where, I believe that diseases come from, um, I believe they all come from Satan. And I say it like that because he comes to kill, steal, and destroy. And all these diseases, they comes to kill. Cancer is a disease that will kill you. And all these things that all these other diseases are out here to kill and destroy us. But the power of God that we believing in God and knowing that God has healing power that He can heal us from. And I've seen it done. People heal all over around the world, heal from all kinds of diseases and sicknesses. And so, from talking from that standpoint, that's why I was just like, it's my opinion, but I know at the end of the day that there's a cure, and I know um, saying a cure, saying a cure situation. I was just saying it like that, but at the end of the day, I believe that God, can heal, true cure. He's a true cure from
Just
Well, yeah,
curing
like
us
can I
from
make a
any
can I
right,
make
God,
a
right, God. What you say?
I was
but
just going to say, can I make a quick suggestion? You might want to say that you think that there could be a cure,
Yeah,
as in you don't know whether or not it's been found yet,
yeah,
but you think
I
that
did
it
say that
could be
earlier.
cured.
I did say that earlier. I said, that they just probably never found it, but I think there is one.
Well, yeah, because
They
I mean,
just haven't found
I think that these things can be cured as well. Um, but
it.
I
Oh,
don't
okay.
think that
You
people.
believe?
But
Oh, you.
I don't think that anybody has found cures yet. Or at
Oh,
least,
okay.
I mean, there are some that we know how to cure. All right, but
So what are so name some that are that because I know AIDS is one of them that a lot of people talk about that there's a cure for that. Um
well, there are effective treatments for AIDS, but
well,
it's not
what happened to the
curable
Magic?
as
Well, what happened?
such.
Well, what happened to the Magic Johnson situation? He was cured from AIDS.
He has effective treatment.
He
I
oh
mean,
okay. So the treatment without the treatment, he can get AIDS again.
unless something's happened that I'm not aware of. I mean, again, AIDS is not exactly my area, so that I
Oh,
mean that's just I
okay.
mean, yeah, but to my knowledge, there are some very effective treatments for that now, and so the mortality rate is actually pretty low anymore. If people can get effective treatment and stay on it, unfortunately, they tend to be somewhat expensive. And if you know how what goes into making them, you would understand the price. I mean, it's not these are not being like have the price jacked up on them unnecessarily. I mean, maybe somewhat because again, in this country, um, sometimes medical prices get a little crazy, but that's sort of a different topic, right? But yeah, I don't think that there's an effective cure per se, but there are definitely effective treatments. Um, so
but yeah, you when you did touch on doctors, is it Sebi or CB or Doctor CB? Chris, we ever heard of the guy Doctor CB?
I can't say that I have no.
He's a well, if you can like Google him like really quickly if you can. But he's some guy who's been going around for the last couple of years since like what 1995, and he's been saying that he can cure all diseases naturally, and you don't need modern medicine. All you need are herbs. And I think that's dangerous. I think that is worse than younger creationism. Um, and when like me and you and I have talked about it a lot, and I just
Well, it's also
It's
false.
easy for
right.
you to see that when you haven't really touched a man's products and you never really, I have talked to people that have really. It's not about being Dr. Sebi fans or, it's not about using really his products. It was just about his vice and what he was saying that what he if he telling me that like say a certain thing can heal this certain AIDS. All right, well, what's wrong with testing it and seeing if it does? You know what I'm saying? You know, before you say that this man is a lie or this man is false, you know what I mean? Let's say, you know, I would say isn't and it's nothing wrong with, you know, if you test it, Wayne, if you test to see for yourself, you know, that this man's product is false or is if his evidence is wrong. I don't,
Hey,
you know,
let
I
me
just think that's the problem with most people. They just
let,
say,
let me go ahead and
"Oh,
give you.
just go off of somebody else's word."
Let
You
me
know,
go
Oh
ahead
yeah,
and give you.
this is not somebody's. Oh, he's not. You know what? His evidence is wrong or
hold
whatever.
on, hold on. Christopher wants to tell you something. Hold on.
Yeah, just let me try. And this is admittedly a rather extreme example, but you know, if somebody said that they could treat your condition, they could cure your condition, and the method by which they do that is they're going to shoot you in the head, right? Do you think that people really need it or not, or can we just sort of dismiss that as being clearly wrong?
Well, of course not. You know, somebody shoot you.
Right.
But at the end of the day, there's
Yeah.
some people
Right.
that
Okay.
made that. There's some
So
people that may take that. Somebody that take that. You know, all right. Well, let me try it and see if it works. There's some
right.
people
Right.
that
Right.
do
So
that.
okay. So
That's
that
what
now
I'm talking
that's
about. It's not wrong with testing. That's what I'm saying. It's not wrong with testing. You know, to see if this is true or not. That's what I was
well,
talking
but obviously, right. So like shooting somebody in the head is going to kill them. Okay, and so that's not going to really cure their condition, except in the sense that they'll be dead, and so they won't have to worry about it anymore. Right. So like my point there was that there are some things that are so clearly you're gonna have to mute. Yeah. That are so clearly not uh, of actually treating the problem, that there's no point in testing it because there's no way that it could work. It's like, you know, shooting somebody in the head. There's no way that can work. And so a lot of these, I mean, I've not looked into this guy's claims in any depth. Obviously, I just heard of him now, but uh, I'm guessing for the most part, the issue is that there's no way, there's no connection between what he is proposing and actually doing anything, and so people don't bother to test it because it's a bunch of nonsense.
Hello. Is my or you guys still here?
Yeah, it's
Yep.
still
Oh,
So has anybody seen the Bill Nye the Science Guy show?
no, I haven't seen it yet. I've heard nothing but good things about it.
Yeah, they basically go into these same kind of topics, but I don't know. I found some of it kind of cringy, but it was interesting.
like like what was cringy?
I don't know. They just try to be funny, and it's just sometimes it doesn't come off so funny.
How could you not like Bill Nye? He's such a lovable person.
Oh, I like Bill Nye. It was mostly his. He has these investigators, and they go and investigate, and they try to be funny, and I just don't find them
And they're
funny.
just not funny. They're just.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, he was the face of the March for Science walks like across America. So Bill Nye
When was that?
yesterday.
Oh, I didn't even know about that.
I didn't even go out and walk because it was raining around here. So they actually took the march from outside and it was like in some like stadium or something like that. So, but I didn't go. Is that Hunter? Oh my gosh,
What's up?
that is Hunter, my man. We just got done speaking about your favorite subject, man.
About what?
We just got done talking about your favorite subject. No, we didn't. We actually didn't.
Oh,
Yeah, we just got done. We just got done talking about cancer and stuff like that. And
oh,
but you know it's funny, like all of like like the cancer thing that actually does like have some theological complications because whatever you believe theologically, that's how you interpret like the dinosaurs with the cancers and stuff like that. Like Ken Ham, right? He says, if you believe in a literal Genesis, then you think that the dinosaur fossils that we found with cancer in them, they're only 6,000 years old. So those dinosaurs can be older than people, or something like that. He says, but the funny thing is, like, if you accept like the age of the earth or whatever, like your theology is different. Like if I bought a dinosaur fossil with cancer in front of a younger creationist, they would say, oh, like, this dinosaur must have died in a flood. But you bring it to anybody else, they would say, no, this is just a dead dinosaur from, like, I don't know, 65 million years ago.
Yeah.
Wait, were you saying that you can see cancer in there or in the dinosaur? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, we found dinosaurs with cancer tumors in them, stuff.
Oh, okay. I guess it would be bone cancer or something.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is, like, we found cancer in them. That's all I heard. I can't even expound on that. Christopher might know.
I'll definitely have to look into that because that is.
Yeah, but that's convincing evidence though, because I always tell people I don't believe God made the universe perfect. I think God just, he made a universe that can make itself, and
Yeah.
like, that's just it.
Yeah, no, I was just with Darwin's deity, and he was trying to make that argument.
Dude, I don't talk to Darwin's deity.
My condolences.
He's not looking for a conversation. He's just looking to shut you down and make you
Oh,
look
I
dumb.
know. Yeah, I wasn't intending to try to convince him or anything.
Darwin's deity. He's on my troll list.
Yeah, but no, I'll have to, if I ever talk to him again, bring up the dinosaurs with cancer. If I can find that.
Oh yeah, he's a younger creationist, right? He believes the universe is 6,000 years old.
Yeah, no, he was saying that, since I'm a theistic evolutionist, I believe there's death before, everything. And that means that the earth couldn't be good, which is kind of
It
stupid.
means, well, no, it just means that there was death. It doesn't mean the earth was good or it was bad. It just means there was death. Like,
Yeah.
Why can't people just let the Bible be the Bible and let the science be the science and go about life?
Wait, do you guys believe that it's gonna be a World War III?
I don't know. It didn't happen yet.
Do I believe it's gonna happen?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Are you asking, do I believe that World War III is gonna happen?
Yeah.
Oh, eventually.
How you feel about that?
Sucks.
I don't know. All I can say is, hold on, I'm shutting my door. I don't know if World War III is going to happen. It could happen. From the way things are looking now, like if America tries to nuke North Korea, there could be a war.
Well, actually, you know what's funny? What I found about that? A lot of people saying, like, if we bomb North Korea, or if we go to war with North Korea, North Korea is gonna get China to back off.
Right.
But here's the funny thing: China has actually been telling North Korea to back off, to not mess with Trump, because he will push the button.
Yeah. No, I know some people from China, and they're like, yeah, everybody over there knows North Korea is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think they're that crazy. Like that, I know they tell their people like America is like always conspiring against them and stuff, but they know they don't have the technology to reach us.
They're getting there though.
No, they don't. They like the average. You mean the average citizen of North Korea?
Right.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
You have to understand the degree to which propaganda permeates that society. I mean, it's just insane.
I mean, we're here in America talking about flat earthers, but I mean, they haven't gotten out of the Stone Age. Oh my.
My thing is, like, why is he trying to drop that mother of all bombs? Oh, well, I think he did it already.
No, he already did it. That was so. I think the thing was they were looking for some people who are a part of ISIS or something like that, and there was like 40 people down there, and Trump just dropped the bomb. And hey, I'm with him. I'm in full agreement with him. And if he decides to nuke North Korea, I'm with him.
No,
Yeah, and like, no, look, I think
There's no reason to nuke North Korea.
There is
We
it.
just point and laugh. North Korea is not a threat to anyone. The
Well,
only threat from North Korea is the threat of nuclear proliferation, which assumes that, well, there's fairly good evidence that they're producing nuclear weapons because with state level facilities can do that. It's not terribly difficult anymore, and they could spread that material elsewhere. In terms of being an existential threat directly to the United States, they are not really a concern. And certainly nuking them would cause more problems that it would solve.
yeah, I agree with that, but I could see them nuking South Korea. And then since we're in South Korea, or I think we'd probably come to their defense. Of course, the whole world would, but
So the thing is that if North Korea tried to nuke South Korea would successfully nuke North Korea because they have a lot of nukes that we gave them. Um, so that would be a really bad move on their part because their weapons are not exactly the most reliable.
Yeah, and not only that, but South Korea has a good defense system. So then any nuke that tries to reach South Korea will automatically blow up without them causing any, damage. So then North Korea, and even if they successfully did it somehow, it wouldn't. First of all, it wouldn't affect us. Second, any country that nukes another country is going to be destroyed because everyone's going to get involved, and so
Yeah, and I mean we don't even really we don't need to use nuclear weapons. I mean we can use conventional weapons because North Korea is technically a conventional army, right? And we have very, very good weapons for fighting conventional armies because we know where they are and we can hit them easily. So we could level the state infrastructure of North Korea in an afternoon without basically standing up, right?
yeah,
Few button presses and they're gone.
we wouldn't even need to send troops down there. We'd just send our drones, and that's it. Just take out
Yeah.
their whole
yeah,
military.
good point.
yeah, but I wonder if they tell their people they have like more power over us. Like I just wonder like what they tell these people, what they fill their heads with.
Oh no, they do, right? And they say that uh, Kim Jong Un has magic powers, and that his dad and granddad are still running the country somehow, even though they're dead, um, and that their military is invincible, and all of these other crazy things. But that's just what they say. So
So what
That
about
was a good question. Yeah, that was a good question. Whoever brought that question up, though, I think that was Wayne, right? You asked that. That was a good question.
Iran though? Because I could see us been the big thing, us going to war against Iran.
Iran is the state that hasn't managed to make nuclear weapons, even though they're a state power. That's embarrassing. They should be embarrassed. North Korea managed it. They need to get their shit together. It's really not difficult, and they managed to not succeed at it. It's like I don't understand how they have failed for this long.
Because they're a third world country. Third world countries, unfortunately, are way behind the technology
North
that we.
Korea did it.
I don't. I
We
don't
did
know.
we did it in the 40s while we were fighting a two-front war.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know about because I know North Korea. They have more people, but again, they don't like even their technology is not like that good. Like they barely have enough technology to like have cell phones. And I don't know.
Pakistan did it, right? Like I'm sorry. If you want to do it and you have a state level infrastructure, you should be able to manage it.
And a nuclear deal as well.
What?
And the Iran nuclear deal. I don't know if that helped them or not, but I'm sure it did because they got like $2 billion or
Them
something.
to make nuclear weapons, but like
Yeah,
at this point, I think that like honestly, they can't have actually been trying. Right? That would be
yeah, I
that
don't.
would be
Yeah,
if they've actually been trying to make nuclear weapons and just failing at it. I mean, they just like to put up the show of yeah, we're working on this. You know, we'll do it eventually, guys. You better be afraid of us. And like they're just spending the money on other things.
Or maybe it's just an excuse for us to get into war with them.
Why would they want us to go to war with them?
Well, no, they've been denying that they're making nuclear weapons, right?
Well, they've been denying that they're making nuclear weapons in such a way that it's obvious that they're still trying to make nuclear weapons. But what I'm saying is, I think that they're trying to make it look like. I think that they want us to think that they're trying to make nuclear weapons, actually trying to. Because if they were trying to, they would have done it by now, unless they are obscenely incompetent. I think it's a propaganda thing for them, right? That there's a propaganda benefit for the government of Iran to tell the people that nuclear weapons, right? And they don't want to sacrifice that bit of propaganda.
yeah,
But at the same time, they don't want to actually do it. Afraid of what would happen if they actually had them, right? And the world knew they had them. I think they're afraid of what would happen.
So you
well,
don't think it's propaganda on our part among people that want us to go to war with Iran?
That they're pursuing nuclear weapons.
That's something along those lines.
There may be some truth to that. I mean, because again, I think it's like pretty obvious to anybody terribly educated on the subject that like they're either not trying or they don't really want to, right? Or they're either
what?
not trying or they're never going to succeed. I
Or
mean,
they're,
like,
or they're, yeah, or they're lying just to get more money.
yeah, right, or something, right? Like it's. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think anybody was going to say anything.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
well, I
thought
know
something was
maybe they're
coming.
just lying just to get more money and to get more attention. Say, oh, look, we're making nuclear weapons,
Yeah,
even though
that's
secretly they already have them. Yeah.
no, I don't think they have them.
Oh, you
But I
don't?
do think that's actually that you're right about the rest of it. That they're just trying to, um, in terms of sort of their perception, both at home and abroad. That
Yeah.
yeah, I think that is the case.
It's been overall negative for them, though, hasn't it?
Depends on what you mean.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we've done like embargoes with them and such. And if
Yeah, but a lot of that got lifted when we uh, with the nuclear deal. And I don't know. It's hard, and you have to understand that they're trying to do the sort of the internal calculus of what it's worth to them internally, because they're trying to remain in power. So I don't know. I really I don't know. But I think that being worried about World War III happening because of Iran or because of North Korea without considering or Russia is just sort of like I don't understand how you would get there.
Yeah,
Well,
no, that's my
yeah.
concern though. My concern.
That's it's not World War III. That's short war number, however
Right.
many we're
Yeah.
at now.
But I mean, isn't Russia really good friends with Iran?
Not
I don't
not
know. I
really
don't think
good
so.
friends, no.
I know they're good friends with
Um,
Syria, but not. I don't think Iran.
Syria is convenient for the Russians.
Yeah, I don't understand why the Russia backs Assad. Like, I know Assad keeps
It's
on.
because
Why?
it's mostly because the Russians like status quo, and also because they like messing with us. So they get to do both of those things at once. Also because they're selling him lots of weapons, so that's nice for them.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't. I mean, I know if we go to war with Russia, the world's gonna end because there's no way that we can survive nuclear waste going into the atmosphere and killing off everybody. So, and I think Russia knows that we cannot go to war with Russia. If we do, then either there's a peace treaty without nukes, or I don't know. 'Cause we cannot go to nuclear war with Russia. I mean, that's the end of
Well, the
mankind
major
today.
issue is that so if you really paid attention to like the way everything went down with the collapse of the Soviet Union, basically what we learned was that a lot of the fear over the Soviet Union was all bluster on their part. And so we thought that this entire time we were really neck and neck, when actually we were ahead of them by just huge amounts. And so they are definitely quite good at a lot of things. Um, and also, their largest nuke is bigger than ours. We have a lot of very sophisticated nuclear weapons, and I think that we would probably win a nuclear exchange if anybody can win a nuclear exchange. Um, but hope that never happens because you and I wouldn't win it.
No. Well, I know both countries would be destroyed. There would definitely be other countries that could survive, like Australia.
Define the word
Countries.
destroyed.
Oh, now you're being scientific. I meant destroyed in like, the
No, I
central
mean
government.
because I think that that there are contingencies in place that would manage to preserve enough elements of the government of both countries that they would probably survive, although the populations would be drastically reduced, let's say.
Yeah. Well, another issue, I think we would still win because we have more allies. Like we have all of Europe on our side. So if we ever went to war with Russia, then automatically all of NATO would be on the U.S. side, and Russia doesn't really have like they have allies, but they're not. Um, their allies aren't as
Yeah,
strong
you gotta
as
be
ours.
sort of be careful with that though, because from the European point of view, all the way over here, and Russia's right there, and so they may not want to support us just on account of the fact that like Russia's right there.
Yeah,
They don't want the guy next door.
yeah, the guy next door. But they could definitely send in troops if like, because I know like NATO, if one country goes to war, then all the countries go to war, and so I'm guessing NATO, the alliance would have to send in troops to Russia or something.
Well, that's what the treaties say.
Yeah.
As you guys are talking, I'm just sitting here watching the Avengers. Don't mind me.
So CRISPR, Where do you get the name from? Do you work with CRISPR-Cas9?
Honestly, not much. I'm just really fascinated by the technology, and more to the point, when I originally joined Google Plus, uh, I was in need of a handle, and I wanted something that people could recognize as being sort of science related, could pronounce easily, and ideally that had a sort of a deep reserve of possible alts if I got blocked by people, which I have since, and so and also something that I was interested in, and so this sort of hit all of those points all at once. So I went with it, and I think it's been a good choice so far.
I think I remember when I first found out about CRISPR. It was a couple months ago. I was just online looking up like the latest cancer research, and then CRISPR came up, and I looked at like 10 videos so I could get a layman's explanation because the first video was way above my pay grade. I was like, "What the heck did she just say?" And so the person who basically founded like the technology, it's a woman, right? Because I think she was on TED Talk.
Well, I mean, it's a group of people, but yeah.
But yeah, I guess one of the founders of like the tech, she was on TED Talk talking about it, and like her explanation was fairly good. So, but that's just how I found out about it.
Yeah, and it's interesting because there's a like I was saying earlier, there's a number of related enzymes that all sort of do the same thing, work in the same way, but they're um, and so the major one is Cas9. CPF1 is the other major one, which is also the alt I made when I got blocked by TE and Antonio. Um, so interesting technique.
Yeah, I'm supposedly, if I can get my experiment to work, I should be using it in my research. We're gonna try to transform these. I work with some fruit flies. We're gonna try to transform them and see how it affects natural, like the selective value of them. So like if we take a gene from one fly and put it into another and see how that gene actually affects the selection. So you can do a lot with it.
Did you hear about the experiment that BioLogos cited with the birds growing teeth?
No.
Oh my gosh! Hold on 1 minute. Let me get the article first. But this right here is like a really powerful evidence for um common descent. I just put it in the side chat. You guys can go and you can open it up. When I read this, I was pretty much amazed. Like, wow.
Could you summarize it? I'm on my
Yeah.
phone.
So basically, these scientists they took some genes out of. Let me skim through it because it's been a while since I read it. So basically it says if birds are ancestrally related to reptiles, as biologists believe, then birds' ancestors had teeth. And not surprisingly, in fossils of transitional species from about 150 million years ago, teeth are present, as well as many other reptilian features. Then it goes on, and they put some cells from reptiles inside of the birds, inside of, it says chick embryos, and they started to develop teeth.
You know, another evidence along those lines is that I don't know if you know this, but birds actually have a single ovary, and that's so that they're lighter so they can fly. But in some cases, you actually get a vestigial ovary. So that's another piece of evidence along those lines.
Yeah, this stuff is pretty amazing, man.
Actually, I was just reading that, and from what it's saying, they didn't use reptile. They used actually cells from a mouse embryo with the chick
Yeah, sorry.
embryo, and that's actually kind of neat because of the the shared structure of it. So probably would have been, you would think it would be easier if they would have used like a I don't know, like an iguana or something. Trying to think, crocodile. That would be a really good choice. There you go.
Probably
Yeah, that
just
was
availability of the genetic material, like tools. They probably don't have tools set up for alligators.
something I brought up when I was talking to what's his name, Tommy Hall. You guys ever talked to Tommy Hall?
Yeah, Tommy's interesting. He's an interesting character.
Yeah, I brought that up with him, and then I brought up the how humans actually have, I think it's the gene, so we can produce chicken yolk, right? I can't even pronounce the name of it, but I know we have that specific gene, but it's turned off. And I just brought that up to him, and I forget what he said, but it seemed like with most people, like you bring up these evidences, and either like in time, right, they'll change their mind, or they'll just never accept it. Like me, I changed my mind after, because what happened was some people here in the great debate community, they started showing me evidences that I've never seen before, and then I said, oh, maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe evolution actually is factual. And then I changed my mind. Life goes on. So has anybody ever convinced a flat earther that the earth is not flat?
I think I have.
I don't think anybody.
I'm not really convinced flat earthers really exist.
I don't think that anybody's.
Yeah.
They're mythical.
I don't.
They're mythical.
I don't think that anybody's ever been able to separate a flat earther from their drugs long enough for them to come away from that position. So,
I mean, it's just basic physics. I mean, that you can test for
basic
yourself.
geometry.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you can test it. Like you don't even need to go to a lab. You can do it in your house. That's how freaking simple it is.
Well,
But-
there was a news story recently. Well, it wasn't recently, but some guys had a hot air balloon and they had a GoPro and they had a cell phone and they just kind of made this contraption and they let the hot air balloon go in the desert of Arizona, and it was only up in the air for 90 minutes, but you could see the entire Grand Canyon. You could see the entire curvature of the Earth. I mean, that alone disproves flat earthery if ever there needs to be. You know?
Well, or you could just, I don't know, look up at the sky at night.
Or
That's
see an
it.
eclipse, yeah.
That's another thing you can do at home. You can just go outside, and they've actually done this where you measure the distance. Well, not the distance, but like you measure how the stars look, and like you can show that under no flat Earth model can explain how the stars, look at night. So again, that's another disproof.
Or how the sun looks at during the day.
I know.
Looks at any point in time, or how travel works, or how.
Well,
I mean, it's a very long list.
see, the thing about flat earthery is that it fits the definition of a bad theory, which is that it answers maybe 1.5 questions and opens up about 24 more. But yeah, I'm not so sure that they're not just having us on, you know, because they had like Shaquille O'Neal said he was a flat earther, then he said he was joking. So
I don't know. All I can say is I don't know. If you're over the age of like 6 and you think the Earth is flat, you got to have a sit down.
and that's what I thought, because there was a flat Earth society. I mean, there is a flat Earth society. It was my impression that it was just really a bunch of nerds having a laugh.
Well, yeah, actually, so the Flat Earth Society, if I'm not mistaken, that was not actually there to propagate the idea that the Earth is actually flat. It was like supposed to be about debating like controversial issues or something like that, right? Like they basically they picked the craziest thing they could think
Oh,
of and
okay.
they named their society after it because it was like that was sort of the idea.
Yeah,
And
take
maybe
the
I'm
most gadfly position. Yeah.
right, yeah. And so maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing here, but that was my understanding of that. The original Flat Earth Society, and this is from like 50 years ago or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Yeah,
so they weren't serious.
Yeah.
I talked to some of them, like I don't remember. It was several years ago on the forum, and one of them was, it was like, so why do you guys believe the Earth is flat? And one of them was like, well, to be honest, I was smoking this dope one time, and then this pig showed up to me and said that he's Jesus, and also that the Earth is flat. And we're like, okay, there's no way you're serious.
Well, there's a prominent YouTuber whose name escapes me at the moment. Maybe Wayne knows it. I don't know. But yeah, so I was in one of Brett Keen's hangouts, and this guy was saying things, and he was broaching a lot of kind of off the wall topics, and he broached this subject, and he started like making his case that the Earth was flat, and I was like, "Are we being trolled?" But what's that?
Was he Eric Dubé? Is that him?
No, he's kind of, geez, it's not really important. But yeah, he has a YouTube channel. He's kind of known. But the thing is that as long as you have the right attitude, I will debate you. You know, it's just, you know, if you're pleasant, if you could be civil, I can have an exchange even with a flat earther. But the second you're an asshole about your position, I'm sorry. The gloves are coming off, you know?
Well, that's for any subject. I mean, if you're debating about God or something like that, I mean, even atheists, they can be jerks, like complete.
No!
Yeah.
No, it's not the case that atheists can be jerks. Atheists are almost always jerks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, especially going TMM's comic section, like bunch of intellectual dishonesty down there.
I don't know. I think atheists can be pretty civil. I mean, Christopher, you're an atheist, and you're just one of the most pleasant guys I've ever known. Like, I like you. I think it depends. I don't think you can generalize it with all atheists. I think some atheists are good, some atheists are bad. Just like there's some bad Christians. So it depends on the person.
Yeah.
It's just a new atheist.
Can I just kind of clarify that there are atheists who are atheists in their private life, and then there are atheists in the capacity of being atheists, of defending or arguing for atheism. So yeah, I mean, I think necessarily maybe how atheists behave in their normal lives isn't necessarily reflected in how atheists on YouTube present themselves. In that kind of you know, polemic form, you know.
Well, to be fair, I could say the same thing about you know, the religious people that I know in my personal life versus the religious people I see online. So, like, I don't know if that's really the road you want to go down.
Well, maybe to a lesser degree, but I really think with atheists it is a special case. But again, we're weighing our own experiences here, so it's not a very productive discussion.
Yeah, and if you're a theist, you're more likely to run into crazy atheists than if you're an atheist.
Well, that's the thing, is that there's always a selection bias, is because people who believe X are not subjected to the very worst elements of people who share your beliefs. So
Yeah.
me as a Christian, I am subjected to the very worst atheist, and an atheist would be subjected to the very worst Christians, all the young Earth creationists, who I don't
Yeah, no, I don't think that's true though, because I mean, if I look at who I'm exposed to online, like, yeah, sure, I see a lot of that, but I also see, I see Wayne, I see Fiona and Jade and General Han Solo and a bunch of other people, who I think I consider to be upstanding representations of their faith.
Well, you're saying that Wayne would kick you out, yeah.
I don't think he would if I did, actually.
Not like that.
Suck
but-
up, yeah.
But the most that I would do is I would list him first because I'm in his room. Anyway, so it's true that that's all you experience. But I think it's interesting that the selection bias that you're talking about doesn't seem to work in real life, because like if I think about like the evangelical Christians I know in my real life, like they're pretty solid people.
Yeah.
Overwhelmingly. And suddenly that ratio just goes to hell. It's like why is it that in real life, like 90% of Christians I know are sane and reasonable people, but online it's like 5% people. How does that work? Like, that doesn't seem to make any sense.
Yeah. But in real life, you're not typically arguing with them.
Well, I mean, eventually, if you know them long enough.
I mean, that's what kind of skews the whole.
I think it's more that people are unwilling to be sort of quite so aggressive with it in real life. People will argue in real life, but they won't go let's say full G-man in real life.
Is he
Also,
that bad?
yeah, he's that bad.
No.
Also, I think like most Christians you meet in everyday life aren't trying to defeat atheism or anything like that, and people purposely come online to do that. So that's kind of the thing. It's like how you're more likely to find flat earthers online.
I'm just saying, did you just say defeat atheism? I'm rolling on the floor right now. I'm no more good.
Well, I mean like people like G-Man.
Wait, was that directed at me, Wayne?
No, because he said like defeat atheists, like atheists are like video villains or something. Just I don't know.
Final boss, yeah. No, I mean it's when you have a chip on your shoulder and you come online and everyone's anonymous, and honestly, with my attitude, it just I can't even. There are times I can't even see a human being there. For me, it's just like stamping out roaches or something. Honestly, I know it's not right, but honestly, that's just how I see it. It's just, these people are just pests,
Well, and actually, speaking of selection bias, you ever consider that maybe you get a little bit of avoidable selection bias on the basis of your username, right? Because like that's not exactly something that's going to attract the best and brightest of the community.
That is a valid point. Because I hopped into this. I wouldn't have a YouTube channel at all if it were not for this purpose. Now, I know like a lot of people's usernames come from their gamer tags or something. I don't play video games or something. It comes from other things. Oh yeah, let me do like religion. I hopped in there with that purpose. So yeah, I definitely think that could definitely prejudice some users against me. I would consider going for something artier, so I'll just go for deflating atheism.
You know, another thing to consider is as far as the bias goes. Like, you know, if you look at like the popular YouTubers like Jacqueline Glenn and the Cosmic Skeptic, or I don't know if you guys heard of them, or Thunderfoot, you know, they're gonna go after the crazy guy. Like, you know, Thunderfoot always went off after Venom Fang X and Nephilim Free and such. You never see him going after any more popular, or not more popular, but you know what I mean.
More respectable, yeah.
Yeah, because
But
it's
actually,
entertaining.
can I just I gotta jump in on that because earlier today I heard G-Man talking about, and again you're probably gonna say, oh, G-Man, he's crazy, or maybe you won't say that, I don't know, but he was talking about how great Nephilim Free is, right? And so you know you're saying that picking on the crazy ones, but it seems like a lot of the other people in that same area seem to look up to him. So maybe it's not just that they're crazy.
Well, I mean, you don't think that they're choosing them because, you know, it's entertaining to watch some crazy guy versus some philosophical argument?
I'm sorry.
I think that if you wanted, I think that if you wanted to, you could find crazier people on YouTube than Nephilim Free. And I accept that is saying something, but I think it's true. So I think that maybe it's the craziest of the group that has a decent number of followers or something, but just that they're crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably, I bet you half of their subscribers don't really believe what they say. They just like watching them or subscribing to them because, you know, it's entertaining to, you know, get that feeling that, oh yeah, this guy's crazy.
Do you know who I think is the biggest in terms of subscribers? The biggest Christian YouTuber,
But,
the Vigilant Christian.
Yeah, him. Vigilant, and he. I mean, I can agree with him on like scripturally stuff, but when it comes to like the Illuminati and conspiracies,
yeah.
I mean that's not like I don't know.
I think it's gotten to the point where even if he wanted to retract or like concede on any of his points, he can't because now he's made money off of it, and it's become like, you know, so even if he comes to the realization like all of this stuff is silly, it's too late. He's too far gone. So
let me say, I don't think he's a bad guy. I think
he's a bad guy.
No, I know him. Me and him, we're good friends. I just think like if he ever like wants to concede, it's too late.
But I think there's kind of a lesson in this, is that Christian YouTubers don't generally do too well. But the one who does, the Vigilant Christian, it's because he's defined himself in opposition to something. He has supposedly, kind of like many of the atheists do, he has supposedly this kind of clandestine wisdom that he holds over the populace, which is yes, the Illuminati is pulling the strings. And people love that shit. They eat that shit up with a spoon. And it's kind of the whole kind of Gnostic myth that honestly I think atheists go for. It's like, yes, we have this kind of clandestine wisdom. We know the shit that other people don't know. And people go that because people kind of seek that out because it kind of gives them some form of validation. Now, I mean, what the point I made is I don't think Christian YouTubers are that big because Christians can go to church. They can meet Christians in other social venues. They don't need the internet to have that community. Atheists, when they get on the internet, that is their community. So I think the kind of atheist kind of infrastructure on the internet is so much stronger because they don't have those real world alternatives. So that's kind of why the atheist view, I think, is very much overrepresented. Why I think there really aren't kind of big mainstream Christian channels that could really compete with someone like the Amazing Atheist.
Who is, by the way, also crazy.
No, yeah. He's also kind of sad. I don't know. I just get very sad when I watch his videos. He's rolling in money, but he makes me sad. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of prevalent with like Jesus mythicism and stuff. Like,
Yes, exactly.
I mean, Jesus mythicism in academia is like only like 6 scholars think that Jesus never existed. But on the internet, it's like, oh yeah, Jesus never existed. It's obvious.
Yeah, that stuff is everywhere. Oh my gosh.
No, I think there are exactly 2 scholars with PhDs in relevant fields who adopt the Jesus mythicist position, who are Richard Carrier and Robert Price. Even they don't have teaching positions, but yeah. What I always say is, yeah, it's non-existent among actual scholars. It's enormously popular among people who get all their education from internet memes and conspiracy YouTube videos. So that should tell you something.
Yeah,
No,
I mean-
I don't think the conspiracy theorists have a better understanding than actual scholars. I'm sorry.
Yeah, even Bart Ehrman wrote a book against Jesus mythicism. That should tell you something.
Yes, man, he is a great resource because honestly, I mean, the issue is considered so trivial. Very few people have actually stopped and sat down and wrote a book saying, this is why you are wrong if you think Jesus didn't exist, because it's just such an understood for just doing biblical history. It's like doing biology and not having like common descent or something. It's just so foundational for the study that yeah, it's just or some form of shared descent. Oh, I'm too loud?
Yeah, somebody put that in the side chat. I stepped away for a minute. That's why it was just a like awkward silence for a minute. But I think we need to go back to having more debates. Like I haven't seen a lot of debates on YouTube lately. Like have any of you? Like I know we used to have like formal structured debates where like, it used to get like 30,000, 40,000 views, and now I don't see that anymore. I don't see anybody having formal debates.
I don't think that, honestly, I don't think that formal debates, I mean, like the really formal structured ones are really that great. I prefer a heavily moderated one-on-one would be, I think, better most of the time. Just sort of to make sure that the two people like stay on topic and sort of like stay reasonably even in terms of time, but not like because I think that like formal debates they're too open to things like the Gish Gallop and various other things that just sort of like dump a bunch of stuff in and are kind of hard to work around if you're going up against somebody who's willing to be dishonest.
And there's always the issue of the drops when a person simply lets something go and you almost forget about it later on. Yeah.
There is apparently some people trying to start up the debates again. There was one today, actually. It's supposed to be every Sunday. I can't remember what the group name was. I know Xbox Fiend or whatever his name is hosted the one that was today.
Why the Earth is round.
People are debating that. Oh gosh.
That would be a fun debate to see.
If that's the case, I'm a white guy named Greg. It's funny that in my own personal opinion, I think the existence of God debate, I think that debate has gotten so played out and boring and dry. I think a much more like better debate would probably be like between like, I don't know, Mullinism versus Calvinism. I mean, how many debates have you seen on Molinism versus Calvinism? Because you always see like Arminianism and Calvinism, but Molinism isn't even really that well heard of. Or even theistic evolution versus young Earth creationism, because you always see young Earth creationists always debating atheists, but like you never see a young Earth creationist debating a theistic evolutionist. I mean, like we need to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Isn't William Lane Craig a Molinist?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I'm a Molinist too.
Yeah, I'm a Molinist as well.
Can you remind me what that is? I've heard of it. I can't remember what it is.
So a Molinist would be somebody who would say that God has middle knowledge, where God doesn't only know what you will do, but He knows what you could have done in some other possible realities that haven't happened yet, or that that didn't happen. But God knows what you would do in certain situations.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which I think it actually comports with reality, compared to a guy who doesn't have middle knowledge of the future. And so, like, if something bad were to happen, like in the distant future, God could just say, "I didn't know that was going to happen because I don't." God doesn't have the middle knowledge.
Well, I mean, if you look at the definition of omniscient, it means all-knowing. So logically, God has to have middle knowledge because He would have to know what would happen in any infinite set of circumstances. So yeah, I think middle knowledge would have to be
Right.
true.
But then Calvinists argue against middle knowledge, which I think is dumb. Like, I don't know.
No, I haven't seen any argument, any like good argument against middle knowledge. Like the only thing I've seen is that it's not biblical. Well, yeah, the Bible doesn't say the Trinity. The Bible doesn't say omniscience or omnipotence. These are later terms that we use much later in time. So
Right after the Bible is already completed.
That's
But
not
like
really an argument against Molinism. And in fact, I think the Calvinists kind of, hopefully none of you are Calvinists, but from what I know is that Calvinism is self-defeating because if, according to Calvinism, God determines what you would do. So then if I went out and killed someone tomorrow, then I didn't kill that person. God made me kill that person.
Right. It's like when people used to blame Obama for everything. I didn't kill those people. Obama killed those people because gas is like $9.25 out here. Like you just
Yeah, I mean I don't see how Calvinism, I mean there's no way that Calvinism can be compatible with a good God. I just don't see, and I've asked Calvinists to address this issue, and I've not had a single Calvinist been able to refute that argument. So
well, it's funny. Calvinism makes the Calvinists deny certain facts about reality in order for them to like believe in Calvinism. Like for example, every Calvinist I talk to, even though I do know there are some Calvinists who are like theistic evolutionists, but even like their Calvinism it makes them deny reality. Like the Calvinist who I know, who's a theistic evolutionist, God bless his heart, he's a very nice guy, a great Christian, but he's wrong. He does accept evolutionary theory, but he thinks that Adam and Eve were the first people, and we've spoken about this. And I said, according to evolutionary theory, there were no first people because populations evolve, populations come about, and he's like, no, I think or he's I think Adam and Eve were the first people, but after Adam and Eve, every other person evolved through a population or whatever. But like, if he weren't a Calvinist, he wouldn't believe that. He would have no reason to believe it. And then
and when it comes to Adam and Eve, and when it comes to Adam and Eve, when it comes to them choosing to eat the fruit, this would say, well, then they would have free will. Well, wait a minute, didn't you just say that it was predetermined? Because if they were not predetermined to eat the fruit, then that means that God had to use them to sort of cause everyone else to do evil. So then basically it would conflict their own doctrine of predestination in the first place. So
it's funny. Calvinism, it makes you have to accept the idea of original sin, which original sin didn't necessarily. Well, as far back as we can trace it, it comes from Saint Augustine, and Saint Augustine basically wrote this paper against Pelagianism. And long story short, he goes, Pelagianism said that all people are good, and then Saint Augustine took it a step farther. He said, no, all people aren't good, everybody is evil. But then he goes on and he says everybody is evil because Adam sinned, and because Adam sinned, now we inherit his guilt genetically. So he's trying to teach like biology. And what I find so funny is the Bible is a science book, and that's why I had to keep on like trying to convey to Calvinists is that if you're going to convey this idea of original sin, you're doing it wrong because these people didn't understand anything about genetics. I mean, Paul pretty well would have thought the Earth was flat. So he wasn't trying to teach you biology when he's talking about original sin.
I don't think Paul.
I really doubt that Paul thought that the world was flat.
He was an educated Greek living 5,000 years, living 500 years after Pythagoras.
Citizen.
I don't know. I think he would have, because he would have believed in the Hebrew account of Genesis, and from their perspective, like.
Which doesn't say the Earth is flat.
Well, yeah, but the people during that time, they would have thought it. But long story short, the more of the story is, I don't think Paul was trying to teach us science with the whole like original sin thing. I really don't.
I disagree with what you said about, Augustine. I think Augustine would probably agree with you too that the Bible isn't a science textbook. I think he warned against literal readings of Genesis.
Yeah,
not that he disbelieved them, but he did not think it was necessary.
Well, no, he was a great church father, but like his whole thing on like Calvinism and like everybody inheriting Adam's guilt, that's just wrong.
Well, when it comes to like original sin, most scholars think that Paul was using legal terminology. So then, for example, let's just take a real world example. When cars were first made, there were no laws that said you couldn't break into a car. So then when people started breaking into cars, then there was no law before they did that. So then in order for the prosecutor to charge them, the prosecutor would have to use laws that were already in the law in the system. So then they could still prosecute him for the same amount of jail time. And so what original sin is that it basically defined sin. It's not necessarily where Adam's sin caused everyone else's sin, but rather it's defining sin in the first place. It would define the law in the first place. So I think that's, most scholars agree that that's what Paul was.
I don't know, because original sin is basically saying like Adam's sin was the first sin ever, right? And so they're saying that the reason why I sin and you also sin as well is because we inherited that sin nature from Adam.
Yeah, it defined what Adam did, basically defined what sin is. So then sin would be defined in going against God's will. So then what Adam did was go against God's will, and thus that would be the definition of sin. So, once you understand that legal terminology there, then you can understand why original sin, it doesn't necessarily mean the first sin, but rather it was the sin that defined all other sins. So that's what Paul was referencing.
I think a lot of Calvinists would disagree with you though, because like the actual terminology for original sin is that Adam's sin was the first sin, and now we all sin. I mean, that's how they would interpret it to you, and that's what I've always heard from Calvinists.
Yeah. To be clear, that Augustine wasn't a Calvinist, so.
No,
Augustine
but
was in the 400s.
Well,
yeah,
isn't the fatalistic conception of original sin not that Adam's actions are what cause us to will evil? It's that we are born into sin. Despite or in spite of our will, of our actions, we are born into sin.
There you go. I think that's a better way of saying it.
Yeah, and I think most scholars.
Now, we can freely choose sin, of course, on top of that. But yes.
But then you have like this response from the Catholic Church, where that's why they came up with the doctrine of immaculate conception, because then they said, well, maybe Mary wasn't a sinner, because they understood if original sin is true, then Jesus would be a sinner. So
Well, that's kind of the things where I'm a Catholic and I can't go to bat for every one of their doctrines. I mean that seems like a just so story to me, you know.
So I mean that's where I'm at with that. But like even like the whole like original sin thing with Adam and Eve being the first people, and they were the first people to sin, and just it goes against everything I know about just the natural world, because I know like that's not how things work. There was no first anything. Populations come about. So.
Well, there had to be a first person to sin, right?
Not necessarily. If people all evolve together.
Yeah, but I think if there had to be a first person to decide to do evil consciously, right? Even if a population was all, conscious at the same time or something along those lines, it seems like there would have to be a first person to decide to, say, willingly kill another person or something along those lines.
Is it possible you have somebody who makes a decision to kill someone but doesn't have full understanding, right? And so you have a spectrum of understanding of the consequences of the action, right? And so now we have this sort of at this point in time we have a sort of a full understanding of the consequences, and say a lion or something has very little understanding of the consequences, right? So there's a spectrum between those 2 points. And so, maybe, so who is maybe the first person who gets to the, who does it with 100% understanding is one thing, but also maybe is there sort of that gray area where it maybe still counts, but not as much or something? If that makes sense.
Well,
and so I can sort of see where Wayne's coming from, where it's like if you've got this spectrum, then you can't really say, when is somebody doing something with enough understanding of what they're doing or not. I mean,
I don't think that a lion has any idea of morality at all. So I don't know about that. I mean, sure.
Right. So I'm setting that at basically the 0 mark, right?
Sure.
And so we're at the 1, and the lion's at the 0, and so there's a scale in between.
So no, maybe you could say that the first person able to be conscious of the fact that they're doing something wrong was only slightly conscious. I mean, we don't really know, but maybe that's a possibility. I mean, but still, that would be the first person to be conscious of the fact that they're doing something wrong.
Well,
they might be less culpable, but still.
But yeah, first people. I just think like the story of Genesis is just like a story to just explain that we all have done something sinful against God, and that's pretty much the story. I don't think we all inherited Adam's guilt or anything like that. It's just Adam and Eve are archetypes. They're representative. They are supposed to represent the mankind.
Yeah,
and
I don't think that I don't think we inherited Adam's sin either.
Yeah. Like I think
but I don't think that's what original sin is. I mean, that may be in the Calvinist area, but I mean, I've already heard of it as a privation of like sanctifying grace or something along those lines.
Irresistible grace, I think, which
it's heretical.
Yeah, I'm not very.
I think irresistible grace comes off kind of rapey.
Yeah, no, definitely not irresistible grace. Although, except for maybe in heaven.
I hope not. His grace is just irresistible. You can't resist it. That's kind of scary.
Well, no, there really is my view. There's a view that I hold that once you get to heaven, you cannot turn away from God because He's the greatest good.
Well, I think you wouldn't want to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I don't I mean, well, I guess that could be. I guess you could argue that the devil, because since the devil they turn away from God, but again, he did it because of pride, not because of. So I mean, that could be
Yeah.
debatable.
Yeah, you could question how much Satan actually understood God as well.
Yeah,
I think his understanding of God would be a lot higher than ours, though, because he's like a hyper-dimensional person.
I was going to say something before, and I mean, I'm just kind of throwing stuff at the wall here. But we were talking about like a lion kills a gazelle because it's in his nature. We don't say it's sin, because that's just in his nature. But when man sinned, it was because he wanted to have the knowledge of the gods. It was that pride to try to reach beyond his level almost.
yeah, the knowledge of good and evil.
It's like the beast is only being the beast, but it's when man tried to have that knowledge of the gods
That corrupted him.
yes.
Yeah,
I think people miss the point there is that it was an empty promise. Our sin was not getting that knowledge of good and evil. It was the kind of attempt to make ourselves unto God. Yeah.
I don't see why people just don't say like people are sinners because people are human. I mean, it's that simple. Like, why do we sin? Because we're human. To err is to human. That's it.
Yeah, I mean that's. I was kind of debating with this guy, and he said, well, I said no, I don't take a literal view of Genesis. Is well, you're saying that that's just nonsense. And no, I'm not saying it's nonsense. I'm not saying the story of Adam and Eve is false. In fact, I believe it is the truest story ever told. But I mean, I don't think I do think it is divinely inspired. I think there is much value in it. I don't think it is for us to take as a science textbook.
Right.
I don't think for the greater part of human history, people would have even had use for it as a science textbook. I don't even think they were thinking in those terms. Yeah, well, what would a 16th century Bavarian farmer care if Genesis were a scientific textbook? I mean, it wouldn't make a bit of difference to him.
Yeah, that's kind of why I have a problem with old Earth creationism, like where they try to do the matching it up with science and stuff. I mean, it's better than
the concordance approach.
Yeah.
What's that?
I mean, you could. Yeah, the concordance approach where you try and read science into the text of the Bible.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the coitus approach. I was like, I don't know. Sorry.
I mean, you could do it. I got a friend, General Han Solo. He does it, and like, I've kind of shied away from it. But you could do it in a way that works. But I think it's a lot better to just try and understand how the ancients would have understood it, and then just take it from there.
Yeah.
So.
No, I'm not dismissive of the idea that Adam and Eve were historical people.
Right. I mean, they could have been, but even if you want to say like William Lane Craig's position is like, no, Adam and Eve just didn't exist. Like even if you want to go that route, like, hey, it works. I mean,
yeah,
sure. If they existed or not, it doesn't matter. That's not a hill that I'm willing to die on.
But the Bible is very kind of dutiful about the genealogy, and on a lot of things with a lot of the kind of archaeological finds, it's almost validating a lot of this Old Testament history. So that's kind of pushing me towards the notion that Adam and Eve were historical. Not that they were because even in the Bible, there are obviously other people around Adam and Eve.
Right.
Oh yeah, like I can't remember. I think it was Cain's wife or something. I know it was.
Well, yeah, and Cain is like, oh, these people are going to kill me or whatever. Like, yeah, like obviously there were other people around. Like, but like my thing with Young Earth creationism is like they teach their kids that Cain had sex with his sister.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Nobody thinks there's anything like
Yeah,
wrong
exactly.
with that. Like it just
that doesn't make any sense.
Which is not even biblical. Yeah.
It's not even. There's nowhere in the text that even says he had a sister. So it's like, why are you? I don't know. I mean, that's.
Well, it makes sense if you think, they were the first people. But
Well, yeah, but from a, I mean, yeah, I get your point, but
yeah, their argument is that that there wouldn't have been recessive deleterious mutations. But yeah, I don't think it
because
really makes sense either, because it
no,
sounds
it
like
doesn't.
if you read the text, it sounds like he just went to some other city or something and found
yeah.
a wife.
Well, I mean, with the thing with the Old Testament, if you start, I know some scholars have tried to say that from Tower of Babel forward was much of it was actual history, and I think that's valid because there are a lot of archaeological findings. For example, in Exodus, there is a lot of evidence showing that the Exodus actually did happen, not in the way we think of it, but rather from an actual historical point of view. So that I think it is very possible that maybe Adam and Eve were historical people, but again, there's no way to prove that because you know they lived like 200,000
Right, but
years
I,
ago.
I don't think Christians have to prove that though, because so many Christians are like, yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna try and prove that these two people, 50,000 years ago, or however long ago these people lived, like we're gonna prove they existed. We don't have their corpses or their bodies or like their DNA, but we just know they're real. Yeah, I don't think that's necessary, but we do have other evidences that point to the fact that hey, that they did exist because the things moving forward, like you said, like the Tower of Babel, the Exodus, and et cetera, you don't really have a reason to not believe that they didn't exist because we have all these other evidences moving forward. Like I'll give you one.
yeah,
I have a model of the flood, right? And I have some pretty good evidences to showcase that the flood did happen. Now I don't have proof. I don't have 100% proof that it did happen, but the evidence that I do have is very strong. Like the giants, right, in Genesis 6. Now most people think they were like actual giants, right? They read that and they say, oh, there were giants in the earth in these days, right? And some of the evidence
yeah,
that they gave out for that, if you go on the internet and like you look at like Nephilim skulls or whatever, those aren't real. Those are not real. Those are frauds. And so what I
yeah,
said is because this book was written so long ago, we had to take into consideration what they were seeing, right? So, I think the flood happened 50,000 years ago. Um, this would have been around the last closing of this would have been around the closing of the last ice age. And it's on my YouTube video if you look at it. We did find some evidence of humans being taller in the past. And what I mean by that is the average height of people 50,000 years ago is 5 foot. And we do find evidence of really tall people being around 6 foot 4 inches. Now Goliath's height is 6 foot 6. Now if you place Goliath around that time and like around the closing of the last ice age a couple 50,000 something years ago, um, it makes it reasonable to believe that yeah, he probably did exist. Now I don't have proof of Goliath. I don't have proof that the angels had sex with the woman, but we do know that around that time period there were tall people there were people who were
oh yeah,
taller than normal. That's what I'm saying. And so
and I,
the account doesn't sound so crazy. It may just be that certain things were exaggerated because they didn't have the scientific knowledge.
yeah,
So that's what I see when I read the Genesis account. Certain things were just it may have been exaggerated from their point of view because they just didn't know. They didn't know better.
Oh yeah, I think they were probably just trying to, since they did it orally, they probably were more interested in making it, something that would be memorable and pass on from person to person more
Right.
than anything.
and I just watched a documentary. Now, I know this might not seem like it's the topic, but it does connect to um, the Old Testament in that there's a documentary called Ancient Aliens Debunked, made by Chris White. He's a Christian, and he showed, he debunked all these ancient alien theories and stuff. But what he did show is that some of these events that they mentioned in the actual show could have happened in a way where aliens were not involved, but rather there were maybe some alien or angels that maybe came down and actually, had sex with these women before Noah's flood. And so it is possible. There is evidence showing that maybe maybe this idea isn't so crazy. That maybe there actually were angels that came down and did these things. So.
I don't, I've been down that road because I in my flood model. If you guys been following my video, I actually tried my best to explain how the process biologically could happen, and like I just don't know any mechanism to explain it. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means that I don't know how it happened. I can't explain it yet. But there are other circumstantial evidences that point to it, right? Like the really tall people, the evidence of the ice age, because we could explain the flood happening, and like if you want to say it was a local flood, we could explain how this local flood could have came about. If you said a flood happened 50,000 years ago, you could say, yeah, well, because the climate was changing, the ocean swelled and there was a flood, but or not swell, but the you know what I mean. Why must think about global warming? Oh my gosh.
You can
Yeah.
you can be even less extraordinary and still have it be a historical event, because it came from around the area of Samaria. They were on the Euphrates rivers, right?
Right.
And they have
right.
flooding all the time up there. So
Right.
yeah, it could have just been like one major river flood.
But then you have Christians who would say, well, you're taking God out of it because it's not a miraculous event or anything like that. But I would disagree. We're just explaining how God could have used these natural forces to cause this to happen.
Yeah. And me as a Christian, yeah.
Yeah, it's described in the Bible as a natural event. There's no need to say it's a miracle.
Per se, yeah. Depending on what you think a miracle is. Like there was wind, there was water, there was people, there was God. Bam.
Well, like I said last time, I'm a Christian naturalist, so I think that even miracles, even the most miraculous ones, can maybe one day be explained by science. Because
hey, that's my position too. I'm a theist.
Yeah.
I call it theistic naturalism.
Yeah, so I mean, it is very possible that even bringing back people from the dead and stuff like that can maybe one day be scientifically explained. We don't know yet, though. So.
Well, you know what? I say we don't even need to have that. Like I really don't think that's necessary, because if all the evidence points to that event happening, then it most likely did. Like for example, I don't need to be able to talk to an atheist and explain neurologically how Jesus resurrected from the dead. Because they talk about brain damage and swelling and etc.
Yeah,
we don't need to do that because the evidence points to it happening.
Yeah. That's why you kind in my little discussion with you on my channel, you kind of threw me for a loop when you talked about like a quantum tunneling and stuff, because I feel that's kind of a gratuitous position, is to say that miracles might have a scientific explanation. I mean, you can believe that. I just don't think it's necessary. It just seems gratuitous to me, honestly. Because if God created the world and fixed its laws, there's no reason to believe he can't suspend its laws. So saying that we can eventually get a scientific account of miracles, it just seems unnecessary to me.
Yeah, and don't you think that God is separate from nature? Like,
yes, and that goes into another point I was going to say, is that because I don't know if he would call himself a Christian naturalist, but Johann Ratz, I was discussing, and he was saying, oh well, there are these kind of speculative physics models that can explain all this stuff, and it could explain like all these elements of Christianity. But I said, yeah, but wouldn't you still need the supernatural insofar as God, who is outside of space and time, to set all this in motion? Said, oh yeah, well we need the supernatural for that. Okay, well it's not, if God still has to be supernatural to be the first cause, I don't see why it's necessary to get rid of the supernatural in every other facet.
Well, I think
I
maybe
guess
that there's a difference between like I said before, there's a difference between agent causation and event. So then, like a miracle would be an agent
Say that again,
causation.
please. Say that again, please.
God would use natural laws, but yet He would still use them. So it's not necessarily using nature, but rather Him Himself going into changing something or whatever. So even under naturalism, God, as long as it's necessary to have an agent, a conscious agent, go do that, then I think God could fit under naturalism as long as God would exist outside the universe and not be bound by it.
Yeah, you're not a pantheist, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm a Palamite panentheist, which is I mentioned this before. If you go on YouTube called Christianity and Panentheism, it's made by Inspiring Philosophy. He explains how Palamite panentheism is taught in Scripture, but
Yeah,
that's
he connects it to orthodoxy, right?
yeah, he does.
Yeah, I know him pretty well.
I don't know what panentheism is, but I'll look into it. That's all I can even say. Never heard of it. But yeah, I think it's a bit unnecessary to say miracles are quote unquote supernatural because I'm an ex-younger creationist, and I think like having more modified or more modern like theological terms to explain certain things like miracles is necessary, and I'll give you a good reason why. So in younger creationism, they do have certain problems when it comes to explaining, you know, the Earth being as old as they believe it to be, like starlight, right? So they have a starlight problem, and their models don't work. If their models worked, we all would be dead. But you know what their loophole is? The supernatural. And they say, well, God can do anything. And if you doubt God's power and His awesomeness, then there's something wrong with you. So let's just say it's supernatural, and like our God is so much bigger than starlight. It's supernatural. Well, you got a problem because if God is like supernaturally, miraculously like deceiving us, so that some 14 billion, well, 10 billion, 10 billion light year old star out there is only 6,000 years old. Uh, you know, that's evil. God is deceiving us. But a better explanation is God does. I don't think God suspends natural laws, but I think he uses natural laws to fulfill his purposes as far as miracles. We may not know how. We may not know how he did it, and we may not understand the mechanisms he used per se. But that doesn't mean we won't in the future.
Well, I believe he can do that too. I just don't see why it's necessary to close yourself off from certain conclusions. And you kind of you kind of got into what I was going to say. Is that God is not a deceiver. He wouldn't do all these shenanigans just to pull a wool over our eyes. But when you look at miracles as they exist in the Bible, and we could get into miracles as they are perhaps described in the present day, but miracles described in the Bible always have some demonstrative value. Because Jesus resurrecting from the dead has demonstrative value. It demonstrates Jesus's divinity. Jesus raising Lazarus from the dead has demonstrative value. It demonstrates his divinity. It demonstrates his power. So these are not like random abrogations in natural laws. They're all demonstrating the power of Jesus, the power of God. And what is God? God is supernatural. So they are demonstrations of supernatural power. They would not have that demonstrative power if they were just these natural laws just working themselves out. Do you kind of see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I would kind of disagree because if all right, so if you read Jeremiah 33, Jeremiah 33, 23 to 25, it talks about how just as the laws of the heavens don't change, it says I the Lord don't change either. And if the fixed patterns of the heavens do change, then Israel won't be a nation, thus saith the Lord. So basically, but God is saying the laws of nature, they don't change. And if you do have God, suspending the laws of physics, suspending the speed of light, suspending all of these forces in nature, he's
Hold on,
breaking
don't
it.
toss me into that basket. Don't toss me into that basket, okay?
It seems like, I don't know, it just seems like you have a problem. Like it just seems so surreal. I don't know. Why not have a guy where he can do all these wonder stuff, and you just say, you know what, I don't know how he did it, but maybe we might find out sooner.
Yeah.
You should watch. There's a YouTube video called "The Physics of Miracles" made by Jonathan Ratz. He's a Christian, and you seen that video?
No, I mentioned him before. I said
yeah.
he believes that all these things can eventually be reduced to physics. I said, well, you would still need God as a supernatural being to set all this in motion. I said, yeah, well, we still need the supernatural for that.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
well, I mean,
do
when
you
you
think
look
that
at
it's impossible for him to perform miracles? Is that what you're saying, or
no, I would
No,
because I don't define miracles like I define miracles as improbable events. I don't necessarily define them as
right. I would say the same thing. I would say it's impossible for God to suspend the laws of physics, not because he's subject to them, but because he's made a covenant with them. If you read Jeremiah 33, God has made a covenant with the laws of nature.
Well, that's what I was going to say for Wayne. For you, it's almost an article of faith. I mean, it's not,
Yeah, I guess you could say that, but it's a good thing, because in having that, like, I guess you could say, article of faith or statement of faith, it keeps people from being deceived, because you can trust the universe around you. You can trust your scientific tools, so you can come to the right conclusions. But that's just me, because I've been scarred by younger creationism. So
yeah.
yeah, no, the way I see it is so the way that it's traditionally been seen is, nature is just the way that things behave given their essence, right? So it's just I act like a human because I am a human, for example. So the idea is that God would cause them to do that because that is ultimately what is good for them. And I think that God would suspend them in that kind of way. But I also think that a supernatural event would be causing things to not operate according to the way they naturally do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or even bringing something into existence out of nothing, which I don't see why that would be impossible either.
well,
But
it's not.
yeah. But I would agree with you, though, that God would not in general try to suspend the laws of nature, because he created it that way, so that's kind of what he wants to be going on. I think he only does it for like a supernatural end.
Well, yeah, this is a point I made before, and I'm probably going to have to hop off here. But I think this is the advantage of theism, is that we can account for why the universe operates the way it does, is because there is something timeless behind it, willing it to operate in a certain way. Now, whatever set it into motion also has the power to suspend the operation of those laws and change it. And as I said before, when that happens, it's not some random shit, bananas come flying out of a telephone pole or something. There's always a demonstrative value to it. So the universe in its operation is intelligible, but even when those laws are suspended, it is still intelligible. So the kind of fixed laws of heaven and earth, they are intelligible in pretty much all their manifestations, whether it's just the fixity of nature, or whether it's these demonstrations of divinity. They are always intelligible. They are always understandable. It's never that God is trying to screw with our minds or whatnot. So I think that is basically the whole of basically theism, is that yes, the world is understandable, the world is intelligible. Both.
Amen. That's something I can agree on. That is something I can agree on.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Besides atheistic naturalism, where it's just okay, the world operates this way just because it's.
Yep.
The universe is the way it is because it is. Like,
Yeah.
I think I'm going to end this hangout, guys. I got school in the morning. You guys can still talk off air, but for the people
No,
who are
I
watching,
have to go too, but I enjoy talking with
Yeah,
you.
I got.
yeah, this
I got
was
school
good
too,
talk.
so-
I'll talk to you guys later, though.
Have a good night, you guys.
You got